Let's talk about the managerial situation then. Xabi Alonso proving pretty hard to ignore, isn't he? And he said he's dreamt of it. Is he a natural successor, do you feel, or is it too soon in your opinion? Whoever gets the job, I mean, has got a huge job on their hands replacing Klopp.
Yeah, I think he is by far and away the overwhelming choice to take over. I think with certainly the fans I speak to around the city, I haven't heard anyone else mentioned in the conversation. Xabi Alonso is absolutely adored at Liverpool. Of course, he was part of that iconic Champions League winning team in 2005. He's got the charisma, I think. Yes, of course, he's still relatively unproven in managerial terms, but if you can only go by what someone's body of work so far, and his body of work as a manager is nothing short of miraculous when you think that Leverkusen were one place off the bottom when he took over in October 2022, and now reflecting on beating Bayern Munich 3-0 and now favourites to win the Bundesliga title. So I think he makes sense for Liverpool on lots and lots of levels, and of course it is almost an impossible act to follow because Jurgen Klopp has been one of the most inspirational and transformative figures in the club's history. But there is a really, really talented squad there. And I think that's one of the reasons why Klopp has decided now's the right time to go, because he thinks he can pass the baton on, and hopefully there won't be the kind of drop-off we've seen elsewhere when you lose such an iconic figure.
Yeah, fingers crossed for Liverpool fans. Thank you very much, James. Good to see you.
Cheers, guys. Take care.
Yeah, so as James was saying, Xabi Alonso is proving hard to ignore, isn't he? As it's Bayer Leverkusen side dismantled Bayern Munich to open up a 5-point lead at the top of the Bundesliga. If there are auditions to become the next Liverpool manager, would that performance alone have gone a long way in getting the job at Liverpool? Well,
look, it's incredibly impressive, and it comes where all these factors converge, not just the title race in the Bundesliga, but also, of course, the soon-to-be vacant Liverpool job. So everyone's looking at him for this game, and the team delivering pretty spectacular form. And there's lots of things you can say, and clearly that Xabi Alonso's style, the style of football that he's developed there, his own kind of standing in the game, which is a difficult thing to measure, but you sort of know when someone's got it, and clearly his playing career was pretty much as good as it gets. He won everything for club and country. Well, the big thing that stands out for me with the whole Leverkusen phenomenon, and if they do go on to break this decade-long stranglehold, is that they've done it on such a small budget. I mean, they're owned by this huge pharmaceutical company, but basically they're not even in the top 30 when it comes to, you know, the famous Deloitte audit of clubs. Wow. In terms of revenue. So their revenue's somewhere less than 200 million euros, which really takes them completely out of, you know, they're nowhere near Bayern Munich, for example, who are around about 750 million a year. So if you're an executive of a club and you're being given all this sort of privileged data, which we know they look at, you're thinking, well, who adds value? Who is it that on a wage budget of X can achieve Y? Mm-hmm. Well, what's this guy? Yeah. And Liverpool pay a lot of money. You know, they pay their players a lot of money. They pay big transfer fees, but they're not right at the top. No. They've done brilliantly to transform their commercial offering. The stadium's got bigger under FSG, so they've maxed out, you know, what they can, and they're clearly a huge, I hate to use this word, a brand, but they really are one of the great heritage brands in world football. Yeah. So, but they're always going to feel, despite whatever PSR controls there are on very sort of clubs with unlimited wealth, and we know who they are. They're always going to have to box clever against those clubs. They're always going to have to recruit better because they don't really want to get into a bidding war for a top player. They were nowhere near getting Haaland. They dropped out of Bellingham race very quickly. So all these factors, I think when you're looking at it, I think, you know, yes. So let's recap. Great career. He's got that standing. He's got that presence. But the basic premise is that he's taken a club that have got nothing like the budget of Bayern Munich, and even if they don't win the league, which clearly, you know, would be a real pity for him, they've challenged all the way, and that is, I think, the definition of a really great manager.
Darren, you said last week that you'd almost want to be the person that takes the job after the person that gets the job, if you see what I mean. So, but are we at the stage where it would be a surprise if it wasn't Alonso?
I think we are now. I mean, yeah, I did say last week you don't want to be the transitional one. You want to be the one. And as far as Alonso is concerned, instinctively I felt, and there's a little part of me that still does feel, one great season, and this is an exceptional season for Leverkusen, because the last thing they won was the 1993 German Cup, and they're smashing all records, and no one has ever gone all season undefeated in the Bundesliga. I think Bayern managed to lose just one game on a couple of occasions, but what he is doing is exceptional. And it's changing lots of minds, because, as Sam says, it is about improving individual players, which is what Klopp is renowned for. It is about, if you look at the pattern of yesterday's game, the first hour they were expressive, creative, expansive, and they took Bayern apart. Then defensively, they were so resolute that Bayern only had one shot on target for the entire game. That's their fewest number for 8 years. And I think in general terms, if you want a candidate that's going to go to Anfield and improve players, electrify the fans, command the respect of the senior players and younger players, and also connect with the fans. Those pictures we saw a second ago of Alonso beckoning his coaching staff to join him.
There's a lot of them.
There's a lot of them.
Liverpool are going to be looking at that.
It's a few seller, isn't it?
Don't get the guitar. No, but I think as far as Alonso is concerned, he does tick so many boxes, and it's the reason. They're the pictures again. Thank you, guys, and because I think that is very important. It isn't just tactics, team selection, and motivation of the players that you're looking at, as well as obviously competing with City. It's this kind of thing, building a connection, a bridge in a club that every successful manager at the club has plugged into the fan base, as well as commanded the respect.
He's quite reserved though, Alonso, isn't he?
He is. He's quite shy.
He's not very demonstrative.
Well, I'm going to show you in a second Dom King's piece in the Mail on Sunday, because he was at the Bay Arena for it, and he says, I want to quote you directly from it. He says, here it is, Alonso 3, Kane 0. Kane, as I said, no shot on target for him, 17 touches of the ball, but just no service for him, nothing. And that is another particularly impressive aspect of yesterday. But I'm going to read you a little bit from that, because he says, if all teams reflect, Dom King says this, the character of their manager, Alonso exuded cool, sartorially and professionally. Does he have the fire of a Jurgen Klopp? Well, yes. He let rip at Bayern's Alexander Pavlovich when the midfielder threw himself to the ground theatrically. And there were those moments of passion that he showed throughout the game, but he was always in control,
yes.
and his team were a reflection of him. So he does that, because I thought that too, Sam. Does he have that fire about him that Jurgen has, where he goes to the crowd at the end of a game, he gets in officials' faces? Not that we should get in officials' faces, of course. And yes, he does. He does have that in his locker. And it does look as though he could be somebody who could, if you look at the team, they're a team for the next 5 years because of what Klopp has done, because of Bradley and McConnell and all the other young players that he brought through the academy. Now you could have a manager for the next 5 years as well in Alonso.
I feel like we're doing all the legwork for Liverpool's recruitment services. But
He's convinced.
But what's the risk then if they do go for Alonso?
There's always a risk. There's always a risk. The kind of the managerial sort of CV is so varied. You've got so many who've really earned their spurs coming up through divisions, who've managed academies, who've managed in the Championship, and then you just get these kind of one-hitters who just look made for it. I mean, clearly Pep Guardiola. He was the manager of a lower league. I think he had one season with Barca B, and then he was promoted and he won the Champions. He won the treble in his first year. Now those are unicorns. I mean, those are really, really rare, but they do happen. And I think most clubs will accept that there's no one single route. I mean, Unai Emery has been up and down, and he's had big jobs. He's had lots of big jobs, but you'd pick out Arsenal and PSG, and it hasn't quite worked out for him. None of that makes him a bad manager. None of that mitigates against the fact that he was a great fit for Villa. So every appointment is a risk. But again, I'll go back to that point with he's clearly built something very, very quickly. And he's not going into, dare I say it, 2013 Manchester United, where with hindsight we can say quite clearly that the squad wasn't right and that the succession planning wasn't right. He's going into a team that Klopp claims, and I can see that there's a little bit of of gloss on this, that he's leaving it early. He's leaving it because he thinks it's developed quicker than, as James Pearce mentioned, it's developed quicker than he ever expected.
Yeah.
So there is something that he can move into. But look, I have to say that the feeling has been right from the moment Klopp made his announcement. Was that Alonso? There is a strong suspicion that Alonso is committed to another year at Leverkusen. Things can change so quickly in football. But I don't think for a moment that anyone at Liverpool thinks that they just have to send the private jet and he's going to get on it and come. I think they have to make the case to him.
Yeah,
I think there is an interesting point about the fact that Klopp clearly made clear that he'd told the Liverpool hierarchy that he wanted to leave in November. They did superbly well to keep a lid on it, but they would have been looking since then, maybe even before then, because obviously they accepted it in November. But you would suggest that he may well have made noises before that, and they would have tried to persuade him to stay, go away, think it over, that kind of thing. So they will not have started looking a couple of weeks ago when Klopp made his announcement. They'd have been looking a long time ago. They'd have been looking at the trajectory of the Leverkusen team, the improvement in the players. If you look at the starting lineup, and lots of people are now sitting up and taking notice of that Leverkusen team, there are not many individuals in that team that would make top six sides in the Premier League. And yet, in fact, there are one or two that mid-table teams or aspiring top six teams have looked at and thought, could we sign him, could we not? Hincapié at the back, and Jonathan Tah, for example, the defender.
Hello. Anybody home? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good whatever time it might be in your location. God is good all the time. Smile, say hi to people. It doesn't cost anything. And if you want to join us, you can click on the link that's been provided so you can join us for this big event. Arsenal against West Ham, or West Ham against Arsenal. The telephone is open right now for you to call. And almost 3 minutes to go until the game starts, so we still have time. We are right on time, my friend, right on time. You can join us and have your say. We have a lot of games today, by the way. After the West Ham Arsenal game, we have Aston Villa against Manchester United. We have Nigeria against Ivory Coast. We have also other sports, Super Bowl today. Other leagues, the French League, the German League, La Liga. So a lot of events really today. If you have nothing else to do and you want to sit and be lazy today and watch games, you are not going to be disappointed. All right? Now, let's go double check very quickly on certain things here. Bam, bam. Forward. Let's go on Twitter, huh? Twitter. Nico Williams been linked with pretty much everybody. I just made a video on the Green Turf YouTube channel, so I don't have to repeat right now. Let's just continue with other topics. Let's go to the Premier League and double check if we can find the lineups, which everybody knows. 1 minute to go, people. London Stadium, you can see London Stadium here. And for West Ham United, they have Areola in goal, Johnson, Zuma is the captain, Kufa, Ward-Prowse, Kudus, Alvarez, Bowen, Aguerd, Susek, Emerson Palmieri. What a team. And then we can also jump to Arsenal of all people. So Arsenal, they have David Raya, Ben White, Saliba, Gabriel, Kiwior, Rice. Wow, Rice, baby. Rice really, since he joined Arsenal, he doesn't do good against the Hammers, West Ham. Hopefully today is the day that he's gonna say, you know what, I have to play football now. Now I play for Arsenal, and I'm not a West Ham player anymore. I need to play for Arsenal. I don't know, nerves, something is happening there that's not really allowing him to play. So they have Rice, Declan Rice, Odegaard, Saka, Martinelli, Trossard. Two very solid teams. The master against the student. Remember, David Moyes used to coach Mikel Arteta back in the day at Everton. So the game just started, people. Few seconds. Wait a minute. Let me make sure what I'm talking about here. And if you want to join, the link been provided somewhere. I can't even. Where is? I have to find a way to put the link on the screen. And don't forget that you can like and subscribe. It's not illegal. It's absolutely legal to like or dislike. It doesn't matter. The phone is there, being provided on top of the chat, so you can join us. So I will be here for a little while, depend on the engagement from people, because my show is different than other shows. My shows is for people to talk. All right? So if people don't talk, and then what the point? So this is the link that you can call. Let me just put this radar here for you to see. Okay. Nice. Anybody home? Say hi to us. I don't know. My radar is not updating for some reason. Probably some technical issues, but everything is cool. Everything is cool, my friends. So you have the lineup for both teams. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. And what we do here is we talk football, we talk life, we talk Super Bowl, we talk basketball, we talk wrestling while we are watching the game together, and comment on big event if there is something happening on the screen, because we are not journalists. We just try to talk football. We are fans of football. Okay, in the meantime, Chelsea women also are playing the same time against Crystal Palace, not even West Ham, I think Crystal Palace, for the FA Cup women. Okay. And we have the African Cup of Nations coming tonight at some point, so be there because I will be there. Super Bowl, we're gonna be just talking here and there because I can't really wait for 5-6 hours of show, since I'll be here like for more than 5 hours. After this game, we have another game. Aston Villa against Manchester United. So we have a lot of shows already, a lot of hours of live stream. So by the time the Super Bowl comes around, it's gonna be impossible for me to sit and talk about it. Awesome. Lauren James being replaced by Kirby. I don't know why. Is she injured or something? Kevin Phillips been talking about Pep Guardiola, the way he treated him, calling him fat after the World Cup. Pep was frustrated that I didn't come back into training early after the World Cup, of course, but it was a miscommunication between the people that worked at Manchester City and myself. I got told to be back on a certain date, and I was always going to go back earlier. Yeah, that was really like a nightmare of career at Manchester City. But he won pretty much everything, you know. He won everything there, the Champions League, the Premier League, the FA Cup, treble, everything. The Club World Cup, but never really played a lot of football. So I don't know if he's happy and proud of winning trophies without playing. Now he's at West Ham. And let's see how the career is gonna be over there. Unfortunately, he is not even on the starting 11. He's still even at West Ham on the bench, which is frustrating because when you're coming from Manchester City and you wanna make it to Euros with your country, you're not going there to sit on the bench. You know, I think the frustration is gonna continue a little bit. Let's wait and see. 7th minute in my location. And my radar has hard time to update for some reason. Let me double check if I can find another one somewhere. I'm just wondering why it's not working according to the plan. Yeah, I still have some kind of limitation because there are people who are there who probably have some technical issues. So not going to be the same until they fix it. Okay. Okay, so who's gonna win? So far, I've been like Arsenal doing the Arsenal and West Ham doing the West Ham. Corner kick for Arsenal. The Arsenal are pushing right now to try to get the goal. I think they know that they have to win. Arsenal need to win today. Manchester City won. You know, Liverpool won. So if they don't win today, it's not a good thing. If they drop point, it's not a good thing. They have to do everything in their power to win today. Arsenal fans are in Ghana watching this game now. So Ghanaian people are going to be supporting Kudus for sure. You know. Kudus is one of their own from Ghana. They also have Thomas Partey who plays for Arsenal that is injured. But I think Arsenal got more fans in Ghana. Wow, a big fight broke early on. Saka was fouled. Gabriel came to defend his boy. And there was some pushing and shoving. Alvarez. Alvarez actually almost signed for Chelsea Football Club a couple of seasons ago. Now he plays for the Hammers. He's a warrior. Alvarez, the Mexican guy. They use the money wisely. West Ham, I'm talking about here. When they sold Declan Rice for more than 100 million. They bought Alvarez, they bought Kudus, they bought Mavropanos, they bought James Ward-Prowse. So money well spent. I think they got better in the midfield in terms of personnel, in terms of quality and quantity. Not really quality because Rice is quality, but I'm talking about quantity and quality combined. You might not have the same level of quality as Rice, but you have a very good level of quality, and you have them like 3 of them to replace one person. That is a lot of quality there, right? So Rice, of course, is conducting operation today. Today he looks more like freed, more looks more happy playing for Arsenal, because I see him crossing some balls, putting some balls in the box. Bukayo Saka. I don't know what Mikel Arteta is going to do today to try and break the low block of West Ham. They look compact. They are defending together, attacking together. They have Zuma, the giant, winning every area ball. Very strange how they set up, like in free kicks and corner kicks. Yep, Bukayo Saka, nothing is working for him today. Almost got injured by that tackle from Alvarez. But other than that, he's trying though, he's trying. But for the last couple games this season, in the Cup and also in the Premier League, they beat Arsenal. So they know how to beat Arsenal. So this game is going to be really, really interesting. Okay, so since we don't have many interactions from people and the show is for the people, probably very soon I will have to leave you with amazing commentary and come back at some point, right? I'll be behind the scenes, and we're gonna be here for a long show because we have to cover also the Manchester United game. I don't want to cut and come back. It's a lot of work of scheduling and doing all the stuff that you see here. So probably go with one long show at the same time. It's going to be better for me in terms of work. But you never know, depending on what is happening. So I'm going to find some amazing comment for you guys so you can enjoy it without me for a while. And if you want to call, you want to talk, you can shoot me a message. You just write in the comment section so I can come back, something like that.
Agard now pass in their defensive half is Zuma. Agard up the right hand touchline, looping ball over the top, but it's going to be into the safe hands of Raya. He launches a long throw out to the right hand side as Ben White. And Saliba under some pressure but plays it back to David Raya. Raya short to Gabriel. Back with Raya. Further right, this time, is Saliba. Just on the touchline is Ben White, and now it is through Ben Johnson who wins back possession for the Hammers. The press did work out there. Edson Alvarez. Just beyond halfway for West Ham, that left-hand side. Agard driving into space and leaving it for Ward-Prowse. And the centre half has gone all the way to that left-hand touchline. pretty high up the pitch for him, and Alvarez is going to play in that centre defensive position. Now Emerson. Short is Ben Johnson. Now back into the half of West Ham, and now in the centre circle it is Kurt Zouma. Midway point of their defensive half, it is Agard having a very, very good spell of possession here. Are the Hammers playing with a lot more confidence. Areola, left edge of the penalty area, long ball off out to that right hand side. Should I say left hand side for West Ham, but it's one back on the right hand side for Arsenal. Now Ben Johnson on that left hand touchline, and he has a runner on that left hand side. Kudus is waiting in the middle. It's Johnson with a cross into the box, and it's cleared away by Kiwior, and it will be a West Ham corner, and a big, big moment of applause for the Hammers. And Ben Johnson did really well to win that and beat past one. A good little 1-2 with Jarrod Bowen on that left hand channel. The cross was fairly tame, but the outcome was applauded nonetheless. Ben Johnson, usually a fullback, playing a lot more advanced today. This will be their first. It's a left-hand side corner for West Ham, and it will be James Ward-Prowse who swings us into the box. And it's the second ball is won by Ben Johnson. Force a track back, and the last touch was intercepted by an Arsenal player. Good little whip here from James Ward-Prowse, one of the best set-piece takers in the competition by a mile. Calls for Ødegaard potentially bringing down Souček in the box. I don't think that's enough to warrant a penalty shout. Well, probably is enough to warrant a penalty shout, just not the actual decision itself.
Jonathan, have been the better side so far.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. All the chances are ours and the possession as well. But, you know, West Ham are going to feed on scraps, and here could be something to know.
Emerson coming forward, left-hand side, takes the deflection, spins into the arms of David Raya, and Raya races to the edge of his penalty area. Nothing really on. No one's really making a move for him, in fairness.
No, but the other thing is as well, like especially the last sort of 10-15 minutes, everything has been going down through sort of into Odegaard's channel and then pretty much going into Bukayo Saka's flank. We're really pushing them down that right-hand side, really trying to test Emerson. We're not really seeing much of Gabriel Martinelli so far in this sort of first quarter of the game. So I'd be interested to see like what he can do if we start sort of probing down the other flank, because yeah, it's very one-sided in terms of our attacks at the moment.
Here is Ben White to come forward. He's got Odegaard just in front of him, and Bukayo Saka as well on that right-hand side. Back in field towards Declan Rice. Rice central position, 35 yards out. Finds Ben White. White with Odegaard and Saka to his right. Here is Saka up against Emerson again. Back towards Ben White. Saka has it. Angle of the box, right flank. Gunners have got plenty of players in good positions here. Rice is one of them. Rice, 25 yards out, short for Saka, edge of the box, inside the area. Now it's with Odegaard, left-footed strike, takes a deflection, bounces wide. Could have bounced anywhere. Goes out for a corner, and a West Ham let-off there, really, for the Hammers, because, well, Odegaard had the opportunity.
Great work from Ben White as well, because I think he sort of made an overlapping run, and I think, you know, given the relationship that he has with Bukayo there, I think the West Ham defence almost thought that was definitely going to go to him. Yeah, but it was played into Odegaard, good shot just from the edge of the area, and again there's so many bodies in front of it, it's always going to take a deflection if it's not accurate enough, and we've got a corner from it at least.
Rice to take, curled in towards the far post and flicked away. Here is Havertz, and now Saka once again right hand side. Odegaard has it. Odegaard short for Ben White. White central position. And it's with Rice to turn it back towards this near side. Martinelli up against Sufal, and Kudus runs into Sufal, and he tries to clear. Martinelli though manages to win it back. Oh, and Sufal has gone down clutching his face here. Didn't seem a lot in that, but the referee has given West Ham a free kick.
Yeah, I have to see the replay. I didn't really see too much myself. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Here we go, here's the replay. It's a good battle between the two. Gabby does really well to win the ball back, and yeah, he sort of does, he fends him off with his hand. I think, to be fair to Kufal, he's sort of holding his eye, and I think, yeah, if he did get jabbed in the eye, that is gonna hurt. So, yeah, not surprised to see him go down there, but yeah, it did look a little bit theatrical.
Liverpool beating Burnley just about yesterday. Manchester City again overcoming Everton after a frustrating first half. The spotlight falls on Arsenal here as they're going to look to keep tabs on the two at the top. Liverpool 54 points, Manchester City with 52. City, of course, with that game in hand against Brentford coming up. Here is Martinelli, might be able to get in here, left-hand side, up against Sofal, still has it inside the area, rolls inside the box. Odegaard can't take the shot. Just seemed to be maybe a little far in front of him. This is Trossard, he's shoved over by Bowen. Bowen does well, in fairness, and comes away over on the right-hand side. Bowen still has it, kept in play, not quite by Trossard. West Ham throw. Big chance for Odegaard, not quite sure how we couldn't get the touch on that.
Yeah, but it was a great ball from him out to Martinelli, and so it's a fantastic first touch from Gabby to sort of take the space, and then he just sort of fizzes it into that sort of just on the edge of the 6-yard box, just hoping that someone's gambling, making the run, and yeah, just out of reach of Martin Odegaard.
We've had half an hour. Arsenal are creating chances regularly. Just need to put one of them away. Saka. So with 49 goals, 49 assists, 98 goal involvements for Arsenal. Unbelievable record for Bukayo Saka. Can he get to the century today? Be nice, an assist and a goal. It will come sooner rather than later. Rice for Havertz over the halfway line, coming forward, left-hand side. He's got Martinelli with him further left. Trossard in field. Trossard has it, curls it over for Saka. Saka chests it down, edge of the penalty area, right-hand side. Looks here for White to curl in. It's towards the far post. It's flicked away. Kivior makes it his inside the area. Now it's with Havertz. Kivior again, left-footed cross, wins another corner.
Yeah, you just sense a goal is surely coming. I think it's just one of those now. We've been on top of this game right throughout. Well, we know 30 minutes into it. And we just need something to show for all our efforts, because yeah, it's been absolutely dominating, and it'd be, if West Ham did manage to go up the other end and get a goal, it'd be a real sucker punch right now, because we've controlled this, we're on top. Now we just need something to show on the scoreline.
Sixth corner of the game. Arsenal looking to make one pay, as they have done more than any other side in the Premier League this season. Let's see what Rice can conjure from the left-hand side once again. Right-footed, left arm up, again movement inside the 6-yard box. It's towards the far post, and it's nodded in! William Saliba rising highest of all, and Arsenal score from a corner yet again. West Ham are punished, and the Gunners deservedly in front. Brilliant delivery. Saliba it was that jumped above everybody else to nod home. Rice will claim the assist. It's the Arsenal fans that are celebrating away to our right. It's West Ham United 0, Arsenal 1.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. That's exactly what we needed, exactly what we deserved. So good we've got that, and yet again, it's our prowess in the air with a header. We've scored the most in the Premier League this season. There's another one to add to that tally, and set pieces as well. They've been so crucial to us over the last few weeks, and there's another one there. And it's great to see William Saliba getting in amongst the goals as well. You know, I think, to be fair, if he doesn't get there, probably Kai Havertz does as well. So it's a great delivery in from Declan Rice. He'll obviously be delighted to have got the assist there. But yeah, fantastic that we've finally managed to get on top, and we really deserve that lead.
Second of the season for William Saliba, having netted against Burnley in the 3-1 win at Emirates earlier this season. Of course, we go to Burnley next weekend, and William Saliba, ever present this campaign. This is 51st appearance for the Gunners in the Premier League, deservedly puts Arsenal in front. Well, last season it was a fast start that saw Arsenal go 2 to the good inside the opening 10. It's been a more measured start this time around, but obviously still creating lots of chances. One's been put away just after the half hour. Arsenal need to manage the game from here on in, as Rice will drive forward, skips away from one challenge, plays it towards Saka on the right-hand side. Needs a bit of support here. Ben White goes outside him, back towards Martin Ødegaard. Ødegaard to this near side, and Trossard. Trossard has possession, curls it back in field here for Declan Rice. Listen, the Arsenal supporters away to our right, going through the Saliba chance at the minute. Saka has it again. Now it's with Ben White. White back towards the goal scorer, William Saliba, who in turn knocks it back for David Raya. This has been a dominant first half display from Mikel Arteta's side. It's Gabriel that lifts it forward, looking to get Martinelli in, cleared away by Sofal. Now it's with Havertz to play it back. Here is Kivior. We'll see what West Ham are made of here, but Arsenal seemingly intent keeping the foot to the floor here, Jonathan, because they have demanded the ball and look to keep the pressure on and maybe grab a second before half-time. Let's see what Saka can do here. This is Ødegaard to turn inside the penalty area, now back outside the box. He's got Ben White on the overlap, looks to get the cross, and it's a throw-in. Yeah, it's great. It's exactly, as you know, the pattern of play has continued after the goal. We're absolutely dominating this game. We're constantly in the final third. We're putting West Ham under pressure, and here we go again. Trossard lays it off. Ødegaard has it again towards Havertz, edge of the penalty area. Now it's with Rice. Rice back to the right-hand side. Arsenal still probe away. Ødegaard will whip in the cross, and the header from Saka doesn't get hold of it. Oh, really should have done better. Bukayo Saka, 8-9 yards out maybe, just couldn't glance it towards goal. This is Martinelli. Arsenal are rampant at the moment. Kivior curled inside the box, and it's Saka again with a header, and this time he puts it wide. That's 2 headed opportunities in the space of a minute or so. Both he really should have scored. Yeah, it's another golden opportunity there. It's a great ball in from Jakub Kivior there, and yeah, Saka is just it's obviously, for all the qualities he has, he's not fantastic obviously at heading the ball into the back of the net. We saw it last week against Liverpool, where he could have threw himself at that one opportunity. He didn't quite get there, and there he's had a couple of opportunities there, but that second one was, yeah, if that was perhaps anyone else, if that was a Trossard or definitely a Havertz or something like that, that's probably going in the back of the net. So yeah, but again, the pressure's continuing.
And I think, yeah, if another team's going to score, you'd very much think you'd be us getting that second goal. And if we did, we'd be in complete control of this game. And I think that's kind of what we deserve at the moment. We're so far on top of this that 2-0 would not flatter us.
Again for West Ham, now it's with Zuma. Really poor defending, I thought, from West Ham point of view. From the corner, weak defending from the Hammers. They've got enough, you know, significant defenders, strong defenders in there usually, but William Saliba from very close in made it look very easy. Terrific delivery from Declan Rice as well, incidentally. Rice with a 3rd Premier League assist of the campaign. Arsenal have it again, and it's Saliba's turn to come forward. Saka over on the right-hand side. Trossard inside the box at the moment. Here is Ben White. Trossard looking for Ødegaard. Ødegaard has got Saka free if he can play him in. The finish is just wide. Just toe poked it over the onrushing Areola, but couldn't find the back of the net. The angle was getting ever tighter. Could have had a hat-trick today.
Oh, wow. Great passing again. Yeah, and it's a great run for Bukayo. As soon as you saw that run, you were just like, oh, it's surely going in the back of the net. And he's managed to obviously get the ball over Areola, but it's just spun just wide of the post. Normally you see Bukayo just sort of dink that into the far corner of the net, but yeah, maybe the angle's just a little bit tight for him, but oh, so close to number 2.
Really should have been another. 3-4 good opportunities for Bukayo Saka. He has scored a couple of headers in his career. Here he goes again, maybe this time for Saka, around the keeper, brought down. There has to be a penalty. And if he's not going for the ball, it could be a red. It's just a yellow for Areola. But what an opportunity here for the Gunners. Well, Areola came racing out here, and I guess because he is trying to get to the ball, it's not a red. Is he onside here, Saka?
It's going to be very tight. The lines are coming out for this one, I think.
Does he make any attempt to play the ball?
Doesn't really, does he? Just sort of.
I think this is a red, isn't it?
Saka's going around him.
This is a red card for me. It's a red card. It's a sending off.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, he doesn't even dive for the ball. He just blocks his challenge. You know, he doesn't even you know, feign that Saka's gone down or anything. He's hung his head knowing that he's brought him down. But yeah, this VAR call I think is going to be tight. I'm sure that the VAR is looking at it. Here come the lines and the protractors and everything else. But from the naked eye, he's definitely on. I think it's Coupe playing him on in the right back position.
It is close, isn't it? But I think you're right.
Yeah.
Ødegaard potentially is going to take it. Saka's got the ball, and Saka missed one here, of course, last season. Arsenal haven't missed a Premier League penalty this campaign. 6 from 6, 4 different takers. Saka's 2 from 2, Ødegaard 2 from 2, Havertz 1 from 1, Vieira 1 from 1. Saka's got the ball underneath his arm at the moment. He's so close because he's diagonal on, isn't he? He's sort of starting the sprint, so his shoulder's quite far forward. Oh, we're getting into unths and millimetres here. And also interesting that Craig Paulson's speaking to the keeper as well here, Alphonse Areola, because I think that's a red.
Yep, he's onside.
He's onside.
It's a penalty.
Who's going to take it?
Normally, if the player now these days, if the ball under their arm, they normally give it to somebody else.
They do. So. You just never know, do you?
But it would be nice, obviously, if Bukayo took it and got a bit of redemption. He's stepping forward.
Bukayo Saka is going to place the ball. Alphonse Areola, for me, has had a big let-off here. Well, 49 goals in Bukayo Saka's Arsenal career. Can he get the century up on the ground where he missed from the spot last season? Such a crucial time of the campaign. Up against Alphonse Areola. He's 2 from 2 from the spot this season. Arsenal with an unblemished penalty record in the Premier League for the 23-24 campaign. Saka to make it 2. Steadies himself. Whistle blown. Bukayo Saka buries it. 50 up in Arsenal colours for the Gunners' number 7. sends Areola the wrong way. Arsenal deservedly 2-2 the good against West Ham in this all-capital clash in the London Stadium. The Gunners have been brilliant in this first half, and once again they lead by 2-0 as they did last campaign, but this feels wholly different. The Gunners rampant. Saka with some redemption for that penalty miss from last campaign. Really well struck. Areola dived the wrong way, and Arsenal on top.
So gutsy from Bukayo Saka. Fair play to him. Like, we've obviously got plenty of decent penalty takers in this squad. It would be easy for him to sort of shy away, given what happened here last season against the same opponents. That was a big penalty miss for him. But yeah, fair play to him, stepping up, putting that away. That'll exercise some demons for him, I'm sure, as well. And yeah, we deserve to be 2-0 ahead in this game. We're absolutely on top of it. And yeah, it's just rewards, I think, when we go into the changing room if we're 2-0 up at the break, because they've been all over West Ham. They've not tested David Raya at all. We're constantly in their final third. We're constantly making chances. And the good thing is to see is that we're creating better chances every single time. We're really growing into the game.
Arsenal come forward again. Here is Ødegaard. It's towards Trossard, cleared away. So 99 goal involvements for Bukayo Saka. 50 goals, 49 assists. What a season he's having. It's his 9th Premier League goal of the campaign. He got 7 assists this season as well. 16 goals and assists. He's a fantastic footballer. World-class right winger. Trossard to turn, left-hand side. We've got Martinelli with him, caught by Sofal. That's a free kick.
Free kick in a good position for us as well here, sort of right on the corner of the box, or the angle rather of the penalty area. So it's a good opportunity to swing that in to the far post. And you think with our sort of set piece prowess that we have at the moment and the ability we've got in the air, this is a good opportunity for us here, I think. Gabriel going over to Declan Rice, who's taken the kick and passed on a few words of some sort of encouragement or a bit of a plan, maybe. We'll have a look.
Yeah, maybe just explaining what he's going to do, what his teammates are going to do. Rice with an in-swinger. Just a couple of yards in from the touchline near side. 20 or so from the byline, and it comes from Rice. Fair delivery, flicked on and in! Another one! Well, Arsenal cannot stop scoring. Gabriel said to Declan Rice, this is exactly where I want it. He's got on the end of it. The Brazilian scores again against West Ham, and just before half-time, Arsenal have 3, and the Gunners deserve this 3-0 lead. It's another set piece, it's another header. West Ham undone once more. Whatever plot that Messrs Rice and Gabriel hatched, well, it came to fruition just seconds later. The delivery was good, the movement was excellent, as was the execution, and it's Arsenal that lead by 3-0. They stepped up before stepping back. I think it's Johnson that plays them all on.
Yep.
And Arsenal have got another.
Yep, no question about the offside, definitely onside. But there we go, Gabriel had the plan, he ran over, he mentioned to Declan Rice where he wanted to put the ball, and they did it. They executed to absolute perfection. There's Gabriel again, just so good in those positions. He gets up there, and it's a brilliant header. It's almost the kind of header that Bukayo should have scored. It seems like so long ago now, it was 0-0. But yeah, it's a great header once again from Gabriel, and there we are again. We're just so good in the air. You know, we don't really get the credit, I think, you know, the amount of headers we score and the delivery that is put into the box from so many decent people, and yeah, we're absolutely cruising.
Because, well, it's the planning, and give Mikel Arteta all his coaching staff here, because Arsenal have been transformed over the last few years when it comes to set pieces. They have lots of variation. It changes, you know, week to week, month to month. Arsenal don't stick with the same plan. There's good movement, excellent delivery, different takers of free kicks and so on. Meanwhile, Martinelli and Sofal crash to the floor here. The ball goes out for a goal kick. We have got 7 minutes of added on time at the end of this first half. After Arsenal's second goal went in, an awful lot of Arsenal fans raced from their section, maybe to get a half-time drink or something, and then half of them raced back when they heard the Arsenal fans celebrate the third. They might as well stay here for another 7 minutes here. Bars will be all right, they'll wait for you.
I think it'll be fine. I think the way the game's going, obviously we're on absolute fire at the minute. I think West Ham will be dying to get down the tunnel at the moment because they need some sort of tactical changes and a bit of a kick up the backside from David Moyes, I think, because seven more minutes here, I could easily see us scoring a fourth the way we're going. We're absolutely purring right now.
Still looking to win 4 on the spin. The Liverpool game, of course, was 1-1 at half-time. The game against Forest was also all square at the break. It was easy against Palace, as we know, as Arsenal come forward again, and it comes towards Havertz. It's Zuma away, clear to the edge of the penalty area. Here is Rice once again. Now it's with Martinelli. But given West Ham's home record and their standing in the Premier League, they 7th at the start of the weekend. I'm going to suggest that this is the best Arsenal have played away in the opening 45 minutes this season. AD and Nick will have their own idea, I'm sure. This is Ødegaard, now it's with Trossard. The goal! It's another one! Oh my word, Leandro Trossard, having been denied on a couple of occasions with a curling effort to beat Areola, and West Ham here are being overrun. Simply sensational. It is Arsenal's 8,000th league goal, incidentally. An incredible achievement that we didn't think we were going to see here. Thought it might be a Burnley next weekend, but a goal from Trossard that beats Areola. It's West Ham 0, Arsenal 4.
It's absolutely sensational football from us here. Ødegaard running the show there. Trossard, couple of touches, gets out of his feet and just whips it into the top corner. Areola's got no chance. This has been absolutely superb football from us throughout this half. West Ham have got no answers to anything we've given them, and this could end up anything we want it to be at the moment. If West Ham don't show up again in the second half, this could be an absolute trouncing.
Incredible from Arsenal, simply stunning, and still got 4 minutes and a half remaining, incidentally. West Ham have been blown away.
Let's hope those fans didn't go to the bar.
Look, when the second goal went in, I looked across to the Arsenal fans, as you do, to see the away support celebrating, and there's only it was about 41st minute, was it 42nd, they started to walk towards the bars. Well, they missed 2 goals.
The West Ham fans are off to the bars, I'm telling you now.
Well, they can stay there.
I think they need to drown their sorrows a little bit here, because their team are getting absolutely trounced right now. We are all over them. Everything we're building creates a chance. Every time we go forward, it's not really breaking down. You don't want half-time to end, because we're getting better and better and better as this game goes on. Scored 3 times in 6 minutes, I think, towards the end of this half now, and Mikel Arteta be absolutely thrilled from what he's seen from his players.
And Trossard will put his name alongside Andreas Sharvin, who got Arsenal's 7,000th league goal. Paul Merson got the 6,000, Frank Stapleton 5,000. Going back even before my time, prior to that, Joe Baker 4,000, Jimmy Logie, some good old Arsenal names though, 3,000. Cliff Bastin, of course, record goal scorer for a long time, got the 2,000th goal. Charlie Lewis 1,000. Walter Shaw got the first. AD and Nick knew that. Jonathan knew that. Commentated on the 7,000. Here is Rice. This is unbelievable. West Ham 0, Arsenal 4, and Trossard plays it back for Kivior.
Player in the thick of this as well, this whole half, has been Declan Rice. We said before the game, he needed a big performance. He wanted a big performance against this team. He's been literally involved in everything. Defensively, it's the Declan Rice that we know and love, and obviously he's got 2 assists to his name as well. And yeah, the West Ham fans are streaming out of this stadium already.
We've got a monitor here at the London Stadium, and they're just showing pictures of fans going out the stadium, reminiscent. Was it Manchester United supporters when they were beaten a couple of years ago by Liverpool? Was it at half-time?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how many remain for the second half. We've still got 2 more minutes of the first half. 2 more minutes to enjoy here. You just never know. Well, I mean, David Moyes, he divides opinion amongst West Ham fans, bringing a European trophy last season, qualifying for the last couple of years, nearly got through at the final Europa League the previous campaign, but the The doubters will point to days like this when it all goes wrong. 4-0 up. I do think I'm right in saying, though, the last side to throw away a 4-goal lead may well have been Arsenal.
Yeah, I think the only time Premier League history has happened, wasn't it?
Up at Newcastle.
Yep.
So, look, we're reticent to count our chickens just yet, but this has been an incredible first half display. Here is Areola. And for my money, he shouldn't be on the pitch, but I guess it's a moot point now. Kudos to turn, runs into trouble. Kiviori's there. And Soufal will take the throw. Here is Aged. Well, in the whole scheme of things, what does Mikel Arteta do now? Obviously, he's going to remind the Arsenal players at half-time of their responsibility and their professionalism and the game management from here on in. But if West Ham are that demoralised here, Arsenal's goal difference plus 25. When you look at Liverpool and Manchester City's, Liverpool plus 32, City plus 31. Obviously, the 4 here will go to plus 29. Yeah, I mean, you rarely see it, but, you know, from a fan's point of view, you just want to keep the goals going in, don't you? That is half-time. An incredible opening 45 minutes here. Arsenal, with a breathless attacking display, have been absolutely brilliant. William Saliba, just past the half hour, let's not forget, got the ball rolling. Bukayo Saka, with his 50th Arsenal goal, managed to make it 2-0 in the 41st minute, and then Gabriel and Trossard to make it 3, then 4, and it really has been something special, John.
It's been unbelievable. What a
he can win that duel with Emerson. He's certainly given him a tough time. A lot of the ball went down that side. I think early on in the first half, it was sort of 50-60%, wasn't it, in terms of our play going down there. Martinelli didn't have quite as much of it down the left, but it's evened out a bit more, I think, towards the end of that half. But yeah, Saka, just give it to him. Just give it to him, and he could easily have had 2 goals. Well, could have had a hat-trick, really. Yeah. You know, he's had 2 free headers that he's missed. He scored a penalty. He's had those opportunities to run at his man. How many times? Like 5 or 6, 7 or 8? I don't know. I kind of want to swap places with him, really. It's just like, that was a fun half for Saka and for everyone.
What is it about wingers and headers, eh? Because there's a winger in here who wasn't that good at headers either.
No, I wasn't. No, I said that. I confessed, yeah. I think I might have been better than Saka at headers, though, because I think we've found his weak spot, haven't we? I mean, he's brilliant at everything else. But heading is not his thing, I don't think. You know, we saw a big miss, didn't we, here the other day, and then today there was one that come off at a funny angle. But none of us are perfect, are we?
Yeah, exactly. Right, let's talk about Trossard and the first half that he had. I mean, he scored a fantastic goal, I think it's worth saying, but also just his involvement has been incredible.
Well, he's played as our number 9, but as you'll see here, he's roamed. He's done what Jesus would do. He's come into midfield quite a lot to create overloads, and you'll see in amongst that chalkboard a pass from about the halfway line over the top that ends in the D. That was the pass that unlocked West Ham when Saka ran through and won that penalty. Absolutely sublime through ball from Trossard. There you see his goal. You know, he's curled it top bins from sort of 15, 16 yards out. He's had a volley that was wonderfully saved. He had a few chances early on in the game as well. So he had a header, didn't he? A flick header that he probably should have done a little bit better with. So Trossard's been heavily involved, but I've loved the way that he's gone out wide, he's dropped into midfield, he's linked things up. And when he's come short, it was noticeable that Havertz went and filled that hole as a centre forward. So yeah, between them, they're doing a really good job of unsettling the Hammers, and they're just twisted. You know, they're getting torn apart. Their minds are frazzled. Like the 2 centre halves, the full-backs, the 2 in front, they're like, ooh, they can't get a grip of us. And it's just been great to watch.
I know it's horses for courses, you know, which is why we saw Jorginho play last week here against Liverpool, you know, depending on the opposition, that's you know, determines how we're going to line up. But do you think we may have found a winning formula against teams that we know are going to play a low block, with Trossard and Havertz both playing and interchanging?
Yeah, Gabriel Jesus might have something to say about that. You know, I think I'd always still want Havertz in my team, but it shows that we can cope without him, and I do like that. Yeah, last week it was the unpredictability of twin false nines that really caused problems for Liverpool, and here it's like you've got 2 players that are playing each other's positions, and that's causing them problems as well. Ødegaard's been a little bit deeper, and Havertz and Trossard have kind of rotated. But yeah, no, it's a good formula, but I don't think it'll work against everybody. I think we've caught West Ham on a bad day, or a good day for us.
Yeah, right.
But I think it's more the tempo that we're playing at. It's really, really sharp.
Yeah, and I know so much has happened since we opened the scoring, but let's talk about William Saliba's.
I can't remember all the goals.
Yeah, a lot has happened, but yeah, Saliba with the header at the start. He's in your fantasy team as well, so you're pretty happy about that. And there was a lovely tweet here from Albinio. Arsenal have scored more goals from corners than any other team in the Premier League this season. That's 11, and we scored another one since then.
Well, free kick, wasn't it?
That was a free kick, wasn't it?
It was a free kick, but we lead the way for set pieces this season, we know that. 2 brilliant deliveries from Declan Rice. I mean, the first one, he sort of swung it into the 6-yard box. Almost all of our goals from corners have been in the 6-yard box. Those in-swingers that ask questions of keepers.
Under the crossbar, like he always says, by the way.
Yeah, I used to always, without fail, you try and do that. Try and shoot. And yeah, it went to the far stick, and Saliba was just too big, too strong. And then the second one, where Gabriel's finished it on his 150th appearance. I mean, he's a brilliant at attacking crosses, isn't he? That cross from Declan Rice, pretty much unplayable. Yeah. I don't know what West Ham can do there. It is over the wall, and it's in that corridor where the keeper can't get it. He's waiting for it, but he can't come and get it because there's too much pace on the ball. So he's waiting for it, and then the timing of Gabriel's run to then get there first and nod it past the keeper. Superb.
So good at that.
So good. It was, yeah, I mean, set pieces are massive. Liverpool scored from a set piece yesterday. City scored from one.
Yeah.
It's a big part of the game, and no one does it better than the Arsenal. Not this season, anyway.
Yeah, it's brilliant seeing. You mentioned Declan Rice there getting 2 assists. First time in his Premier League career that he's got 2 assists, and it happens to be against his old club. You know,
Yeah,
so
he'll enjoy that.
yeah, I bet he will as well, because he's had a tough time against West Ham in the previous couple of games.
He hasn't enjoyed it. He hasn't enjoyed it. And look, there's less fans inside the ground now to boo him as well.
Yeah. Right. If you can remember the second and third and fourth goals, let's just talk through those. So the second goal was the penalty.
Yes.
So,
great through ball from Trossard, wasn't it? Great, brilliant run from Saka. For me, it should be a red, really.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, I was
people
surprised.
aren't talking about it.
Yeah. Personally, I don't like it when someone gets punished for a pen and they get red carded. But for me, he's not trying to get the ball. I think he's trying to take him out. So I was really surprised at that call. But he was miles onside. I don't know why it took so long to sort that out. But sensational from Trossard and from Saka. And yeah, we deserved that. And then the fourth, probably the pick, really, I guess. Ødegaard's doing his little bit of magic in and around the box. It just slips in Trossard, and he's so good off both feet, isn't he? And he's a crisp finisher.
We mentioned it pre-match, ice in his veins, you said, and you know, in front of goal, he's ice cold.
He strikes the ball so clean. You know, that goal where we broke away against Palace recently, such a crisp finish, wasn't he? Took the ball inside the player and whips it without really looking like he's putting that much effort in, but it just fizzes it into the goal. And it was a very similar one here. Lovely, lovely finish from him, and yeah, on his 50th appearance, he's made a big impression, hasn't he?
There's a lot of numbers, isn't there? We said this pre-game, you know, there's the other stuff floating around as well. Bukayo Saka, more goal involvements now than Freddie Ljungberg.
Yeah, decent. I mean, I said, didn't I, ahead of kickoff, he's already a bit of an Arsenal legend. And Freddie Ljungberg is, you know, considered a legend, and yeah, he's not taken very long to usurp Freddie, is he? No. I mean, he's going to smash a lot of records, Bukayo, and yeah, I'm really, really pleased that he contributed in that first half. They've all been great. I mean, everyone's played well, haven't they? It's well, I'll tell you who hasn't. David Raya.
Yeah,
he hasn't had to do anything, has he? So you know, it's been a dream first half. Hopefully, we just keep our foot down. Keep our foot down and just let's go for 5, 6, 7. Let's go for it. Yeah. Because West Ham are on their knees. They can't wait for the match to finish.
Yeah. I mean, well, when you're 4-0 down at half time, I'm not surprised. Martin Ødegaard, another stat, more assists now than Emmanuel Petit.
Okay, yeah, right.
In the Premier League, anyway, and he surpassed that with his pass to Trossard, Trossard's goal. His passing, speaking of which, has been. I mean, every game we say this, don't we? It feels like, but it's been unreal.
It's been really good, a really top performance from him. Because he hasn't had to do any pressing today, because the West Ham haven't really had the ball, so he can concentrate and give it to me. I'm going to make things happen. He's been bubbly. He's taken responsibility. Give it to me. I'm going to make things happen. He's always looking to play the forward pass. I think his pass accuracy is 97%, which isn't bad. He's had a lot of the ball. I think Rice has had the most, and I think it might be Saliba that has the second most passes, then it's Ødegaard. If you can get your number 10 on the ball that often, that's what you're looking for, and he's done that.
Points win prizes. Right, Clarky, thank you very much. Back at full time, players back out at the London Stadium. Let's hope for a few more then. Back to the boys.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, AD. Yeah, look, let's try and get a few more here. That's the key thing, potentially. Goal difference and all that, who knows? But it happens so often, doesn't it? You get a dominant side, 3-4 up, and then it's down tools, and we don't really see any more goals, and the game sort of peters out. Let's hope that's not the case here. Mikel Arteta, I'm sure, will want it. And as footballers, I'm sure they want to keep the foot down. Maybe he'll know, but it tends to sort of drift if he gets the...
list this season, because if West Ham play like they did in the first half, this could be a 6-7, something like that scoreline.
Let's hope that is the case. Underway for the second half. West Ham have made a couple of changes, incidentally. with Mavropanos, former Arsenal player, coming on for Kurt Zouma. And the other alteration, one of their new signings, January signs, Calvin Phillips, who is on loan, of course, from Manchester City. And Phillips is the player to come on for Edson Alvarez, who, of course, was booked in that first half. So, like for like in terms of position. Here is Ødegaard for Arsenal. Now it's with Trossard. Tries to move forward, but it's intercepted and won by Mavropanos, who plays it over to the right-hand side, and Bowen coming forward. He's against Gabriel inside the penalty area, still going. Can he pull it back? He can. There's no one inside the box that will get to that. But just a little bit of a threat from the get-go of this second half. It's cleared away by Saliba and flicked on cleverly by Trossard for Havertz. Martinelli is calling for it. Here is Martinelli. Martinelli against Sofal, edge of the penalty area, still has possession. Martinelli with a cutback that's good, and it's Trossard with a shot that's absolutely awful. That should have been 5.
Should have been. It shouldn't have been Trossard who took the shot at all. Martin Ødegaard had been a lung-busting run through there. He's calling for the ball, and it sort of lands in his path, but Trossard decides that he's going to take it on instead and gets it horribly wrong. But yeah, again, the pattern of players continued exactly as it did at the end of the first half, of us just sort of cruising forward, and again, not just having the ball but creating the chance at the end of it as well. There's been so many opportunities that we've created in that first half, and it's continuing again here. So there's nothing to suggest that the scoreline won't keep ticking over.
Arsenal involved, of course, in the Champions League when that resumes, not this midweek, but the midweek after, the second tranche of round of 16 first leg fixtures. But even so, I'm sure Mikel Arteta will want to rotate a little bit at some stage in this second half, out of both cup competitions, but the Champions League with a game against Porto coming up. It does get a little busier when we get into March and into the spring. Porto, incidentally, have drawn their last 2 in all competitions, and they are set to take on Arouca on Monday night tomorrow in their next league game. West Ham coming forward, the ball curled in, but David Raya will easily collect and he'll roll it straight out for Ødegaard, and now it's with Saka on the right-hand side. Saka's got Ben White on the overlap, who's raced forwards here. Must have chased forward 60-70 yards. Good sliding challenge from Emerson. Saka has it now. And then Saka plays it back to White, who looked offside, but the flag has stayed down. He curls in the cross. It's easily cleared by Agard. Now it's with Saka. Ødegaard, that's a little short for Rice, but he does well enough to find Saka once again. Saka looking to curl inside the box, and it's glanced towards goal, but wide of the target from Martinelli. Well, an awful lot of West Ham fans left at half-time. A few have come back, but there are seats that we can see, white, blue and claret, all over the stadium here. Arsenal fans obviously are taking to their seats for the second half and are relishing the prospect of more goals. Not half full by any stretch of the imagination. It's a difficult stadium to get out of sometimes. Might be a little easier for us a little later. Here is Ødegaard. Jonathan will be speaking to the boss. We'll have that interview over the course of the next 24 hours for you on the site. Saka back towards Ødegaard. Ødegaard looking here for Havertz. Havertz's shot is wide, but why not take it on from just outside the D? Just drags it wide a little bit here, Kai Havertz, but Arsenal once again finding the angles.
Yep, and again, it's just what, we've had 3 more opportunities already in this first half, and we're 4 minutes into it. It's yeah, it's just one-way traffic. Obviously, West Ham are just playing for pride now and trying to keep the score down. But yeah, if we can sort of, you know, work ourselves through the gears again and get going. Yeah, like I said, there's opportunities for goals, and the players on that pitch will want some goals, I think, as well. You know, they'll be hungry for them, sort of adding to their sort of statistics this season, because yeah, you know, that we kind of were starved of goals for a little bit, weren't we? Now I think we've scored 14 in our last 4, so it just goes to show we're looking sharp, and yeah, every time that we go forward, we look like we can score a goal, and that's just really good to see. And they're going to want to put on a bit of a show, I think, and try and get themselves on the score sheet.
Let's hope that that is the case. Kai Havertz with 1 goal against West Ham in his career. It was an important one for Chelsea, an 88th minute winner at the Bridge in September 22. It'd be nice to see him get on the score sheet for Arsenal. Here is Phillips, who looked ring rusty, we're told, in his 2 appearances so far for West Ham from off the bench since that loan move from Manchester City. Was almost steered towards West Ham by Gareth Southgate. Obviously wants to keep his place in the squad for the European Championships in Germany in the summer. I think looked at one stage like he was going to go to Juventus, but Gareth Southgate said it'd be better if you'd stayed in the Premier League. And the England international is on for the second half here. Long punt towards Bowen, flicked away by Gabriel, only as far as Kudus. Kudus right hand side for Safal. Kudus again to turn, tries to flick it forward, gets a little lucky, still has it, gets the second shot on, comes for Johnson's effort, that's blocked. Ben White will control, looks for Ødegaard for Havertz. Havertz tries to push it forward but loses out. Bowen tries to win it back, slides in, but Arsenal have it here. Trossard does brilliantly, finds Havertz just inside his own half, and then the challenge again from Phillips, and the ball goes out of play for a throw into Arsenal on the halfway line on the left-hand side. We've had 6.5 minutes of the second half, and the Gunners have been the better side and created opportunities, could have scored in this second half, but haven't managed to add to their tally. Ødegaard. Here is Martinelli, tries to flick it to the left-hand side, and Havertz cleared away on as far as Ødegaard. Claims there was a handball somewhere along the line there, so Souček will play it forward, but Arsenal have it again. Phillips has been busy so far. Ødegaard over the halfway line, right-hand side, Saka. Ødegaard once again. And then back towards Gabriel. Trip to the northwest for Arsenal next weekend, Saturday 3 o'clock local time. Hopefully you can join us for that one. Burnley, who have been pretty horrible on their return to the Premier League, our opponents. Here is Saka, now it's Trossard, still Trossard, darts away from Souček. He's got Ødegaard to his right, thought about the shot, eventually plays it forward for Ben White, but that's too far in front of White, and that's going to be a goal kick here to West Ham. After the Burnley game, it is the away game at Porto at Dragao. So 3 away games on the spin, including this one before a home game against the Newcastle side, who beat Forest yesterday 3-2. 8 o'clock kickoff local, that one. A trip to Sheffield United Monday. I'm sure that everyone, all the Aston fans, are across all the fixture changes that were announced late last week. Brentford game has been shifted after that to a tea-time kickoff in the UK. West Ham have it at the moment. Bowen, right-hand side. Souček with it, Phillips calling for it. It's Kudus that has it now. Emerson over on the left flank. Here is Emerson to control up against Ben White. Still coming forward, plays it back towards Calvin Phillips. Phillips plays it back for Mavropanos. Mavropanos in turn looks for Safal. West Ham with plenty in advanced areas here as they try and work an angle to get through and test David Raya. Haven't really done that at all so far in this fixture, but they're just enjoying a spell of possession inside the Arsenal half. After that Brentford game, it's the return against Porto, then it gets really serious for Arsenal with home game against Chelsea, away game against Manchester City around Easter weekend. That game shifted to 4:30 on this Sunday. That, as they say, will be massive. Declan Rice, deep inside Arsenal territory, moves forward, plays it to the right-hand side of Martin Ødegaard. Ødegaard for Saka. Saka looking for Trossard, back towards Saka, edge of the penalty area. Can't quite get to that. And it's Emerson that slides in. Now it's with James Ward-Prowse. Cleared away by Agard towards Bowen. Takes it on his chest. Has to race back towards his own penalty area after some pressure from Saliba. And now Mavropanos to come forwards here over the halfway line. Mavropanos checks his run, finds Sofal. Now it's Kudus. And eventually Phillips on the centre spot pretty much. Okay, Emerson. Just inside his own half, clips it down the line, looks for James Ward-Prowse. The flick wasn't great, it's easily picked up by Rice. Rice will play it forward. Havertz on the move centrally. Martinelli's come inside. No one wide left at the moment. Tries to aim it back to the near side, and Ødegaard at West Ham easily win it back. And Kudus is on the move from Johnson's ball. Now it's with James Ward-Prowse on the left-hand side. Been an odd season for West Ham in many ways. They are through to the last 16, of course, of the Europa League. Having won their group, they're not involved in the playoffs, and they're not involved in European action next week. Got a player down here at the moment. It's Johnson that's gone down. Just run into Gabriel, I think, did he? And they've had a better than average league season, but they are without a win in 6 in all competitions. Beaten by Bristol City in that FA Cup third round replay, of course, after the 1-1 draw. Premier League draws against Brighton and Bournemouth, and that defeat at Manchester United last time out. But they have been good at home, but not today.
No, definitely not today. They've been so poor. You know, before the game, you sort of looked at their home record here as well, unbeaten in their last 6 here, and you know they got some good results in the last sort of couple of months and things. So you thought it was actually going to be perhaps a tricky one for us to navigate, but it's not been that way at all. From the first whistle, we've been on it, haven't we? And really sharp, and now we're just in control of the game. And I guess it's just up to us now as to how we want to play out this second half. Really, do we just want to keep going at like full pace and just, you know, try and get as many goals as possible, or is it just manage the half, you know, do what we can, maybe bring on some players for a little bit of get a bit of sharpness in those, the likes of probably Nketiah and Nelson, maybe even throw on a kid or two to give him a debut as well. So yeah.
Ødegaard, Havertz, this is Saka inside the penalty area, still has it, Bukayo Saka finds Save Areola, follow up here from Kivior, gets it wrong, cleared away. Yeah, a number of youngsters on the bench, Mandera, Maneri and Walters, of course. Maneri we've seen before with his Premier League debut, but an opportunity certainly. But I'm sure that, look, Mikel Arteta will want to respect the fixture in the league, and he won't just want to bring on players for the sake of it, certainly youngsters, but it is a good opportunity. Look, it's not full, but it's still fullish, and it's still a big stadium and a significant occasion. Arsenal fans are enjoying it, so maybe bring on a couple of the youngsters, or at least one of them later.
Yeah, you'd think so. And you look on the bench and you kind of think, you know, the likes of Ethan and Will Walters as well have been on a bench quite a lot this season, so it might be an opportunity to sort of reward them for that.
Arsenal coming forward here with Ben White. Now it's with Trossard, right-hand side, flicks it for Ødegaard. Ødegaard for Havertz. Havertz inside the area. Martinelli's shot is blocked. White again. Ødegaard again. It's low and it's cleared by Souček, and it comes bouncing back to the Norwegian. The Arsenal captain finds White once more. The pressure stays on. Martinelli runs to this near side, plays it back for Havertz. Havertz runs into trouble, surrounded by West Ham players who come away with possession. And Phillips up against Rice. And the ball goes out of play, does it? No, Saka keeps it in. Phillips, who did speak to Declan Rice apparently about signing for West Ham, wanted his opinion, England colleague. Arsenal fans with some significant and very loud allays at the moment. Great to hear from the away supporters.
It's funny to see as well, like Mikel Arteta there has passed on a message quite aggressively to Martin Ødegaard. You know, they're still so keen to keep pushing and keep standards as high as possible in this half. But we definitely, you know, there's a clean sheet in the offing as well for us, which we've not had too many of away from home this season. So they'll want that as well, and they'll just want more goals. And I think, yeah, that's, you can see there Mikel urging his players to keep standards high and really make a statement with this second half performance.
Arsenal have possession. Gabriel for Trossard, brings it down on the halfway line, right-hand side. And then Phillips wins it back, but illegally White goes down. And when it comes to the clean sheets this season. Arsenal have got a league high 8 along with Everton and Liverpool. Away from home 4 at home, which has always been the anomaly, certainly was last season. Gabriel. Errol Walter's been on the bench 7 times in the Premier League this season, 8 times last campaign, but hasn't made a Premier League appearance. And yet to play for the first team in any competition, play for the under-21s in the EFL Trophy. West Ham coming forward. Arsenal try and win it back. It's a determined play from Mavropanos, and Arsenal win it back and win a free kick.
Yeah, foul there definitely from Mavropanos on Martinelli, but again you could see there the willingness there to just not give that up. Could easily have given that up. The ball's in the middle of the pitch, not really going anywhere. We're 4-0 up, but no, every player was still pushing and doing everything they can. Declan Rice sort of limping a little bit here. He kind of took a bit of a late knock really from Kudos. He sort of came in and hit him on his hip. I think he's just apologised to him now for it, but yeah, Declan's not really moving particularly comfortably. And again, with his 4-0 cushion, I guess Mikel might be like, it's not, you know, anything that happens now in the second half might actually want to be like, nah, there's no point in risking it. You know, the game's in the bag. So I think, yeah, they'll give Declan a couple of minutes just to see if that's come. But he's going to play through. You know what he's like. He's not going to shirk away from that. He's going to want to see this out to the end.
Here he is, edge of his own penalty area, plays it for Saliba. Saliba for White. White finds the gap for Saka. Saka turns away from Emerson, curls it over to the left-hand side, and suddenly Arsenal coming forwards here. Give your runs into trouble in the shape of Johnson. It's flicked back for Havertz. Havertz short for Trossard. Trossard central position, looks it back towards Rice. Rice takes it awkwardly on his chest, but does well to control that. It was at him rather than to him. And now Saka, edge of the penalty area, on his left side. Saka finds the near side corner, and Arsenal have a 5th. And this is so simple, and that is 100 goal involvements in all competitions for Bukayo Saka in Arsenal colours. It opened up beautifully for him. He moved away, and on his left side completely did Areola, who looked to motion one way, and Saka beat him in his near post. It is West Ham United 0, Arsenal 5.
Oh, it's fantastic again. It's just yeah, Martin Odegaard again involved. He's been so good this game. Obviously, you know, the last couple of months haven't been his best in an Arsenal shirt, but he's pulling all the strings out there again then. It's just, West Ham have just given up. Like, Saka's in absolute acres of space. No defender comes in to make a challenge on him. So he's got all the time to just set himself, cut inside on his left foot, and he deceives Areola there by putting it in probably the other corner than he thought it was. But it's great finish from him, but it's just so simple. And I think, yeah, West Ham have just given up here, and there's more goals in the offing. I mean, Saka's now on a hat-trick, so, you know, he's going to want that. The other players on the pitch there, they're going to want to get their name on the score sheet too. So, yeah, there's still half an hour or so to go. Plenty of time. This could be much higher.
2 assists for Odegaard, 5 for the season in the Premier League for the skipper. 2 assists for Rice, incidentally, as well. Forgot to mention that in the first half. And Saka finds himself on a hat-trick. We mentioned his stats. He came into the game 49 goals, 49 assists. He's now 51 goals, 49 assists in all competitions for Arsenal. Brilliantly taken. Caught out Areola at the near post. And Arsenal could have had so many more in this fixture, and 5-0 just does not flatter Arsenal in any way, shape or form. They have been so dominant here. Saka, of course, scored a hat-trick for England against North Macedonia, but he hasn't got an Arsenal treble. And here he is on the right-hand side. Looks to play it for Martinelli. Martinelli flicks it back here. Ben White inside the penalty area still. Ben White looks to lay it off here. Oh, Odegaard and Trossard left it to himself, but the shot curled in from Declan Rice is sensational. He doesn't celebrate. but in front of the Arsenal supporters who are going absolutely wild. Thunderously struck from the former Hammer, a dagger to his former club. 6 of the best in the 66th minute, and it's a devilishly good scoreline from an Arsenal point of view. West Ham United 0, Arsenal 6. Declan Rice.
I mean, that is just salt in the wound, isn't it? Wow. But I mean, it's something that he doesn't really do that often for Arsenal. He gets in those positions and you think, oh, I wonder if he could just hit some shots in from 20, 30 yards. And there, he's done it. It's absolutely fantastic. He's whipped the ball across Areola, so it's not like it's curled into the corner like Trossard did earlier. This is one that's sort of whipped in, and it's a really difficult angle for Areola to save it, and it's such a fierce strike. It kind of looked like the chance had gone because Trossard and Odegaard got each other's way. But yeah, Declan Rice just absolutely leathered that. Such a good goal, one of our goals of the season so far. And wow, what a day for Declan Rice. A goal, 2 assists. That's really silenced his critics here, and he's coming off. To be fair, a good reception from the West Ham supporters.
Yeah.
All standing up and applauding him. Really nice to see.
Vast majority. They might have given him some stick when he was playing, but they stand to applaud Declan Rice, who also applauds the West Ham fans here. So Rice off, Saka's off. He won't get the chance to get his first Arsenal treble. The players to come on for the Gunners. Reece Nelson, he's on. Eddie Nketiah is coming on. It's Leandro Trossard also coming off. And the other change saw Mohamed El Neni come on. So that's a triple switch here. None of the youngsters coming on just yet. But Trossard, Saka and Rice all on the score sheet, of course. Those 2 goals timed 2 minutes 28 apart. Goals 5 and 6 for the Gunners. It's a signal for more West Ham fans to leave, but the Arsenal fans are absolutely loving it.
Well, the Premier League record was for an away win is 8-0, isn't it? I think Newcastle did that earlier in the season against Sheffield United.
Yeah.
That could, well, still a quarter of this game to go.
Look, it's on.
Yeah.
Quarter of the game remaining. 67.5 minutes on the clock now. West Ham United 0, Arsenal 6. And 45 goals across the Premier League weekend. Last weekend, that was a record. Another 6 here. I think we're pushing towards 30. Still games to come today and tomorrow. You never know. Unbelievable the amount of goals that have been scored in the English top flight this season. It is very much a record average at the moment for the modern era, at least 3.2 per game, and this is going to up it obviously with 6 scored here. We talked about Arsenal's goal difference, plus 31 now. Only Liverpool with a better goal difference, and Arsenal move on to 53 goals scored. City have got 56, Liverpool 55. Most players that have come on, look, Eddie Nketiah, Reece Nelson, they'll want to get involved in this. Shape stays the same. Nelson right for Saka, and Nketiah obviously going to play through the middle. Here is Nketiah. And now it's with Reece Nelson once again, back towards Eddie Nketiah. Odegaard flicks it forward towards Nketiah, but it's intercepted by Souček, who will knock it long here for Bowen, who runs into Gabriel, and that's going to be a free kick. Well, there's nothing in that. I think that's a sympathy free kick from the referee here. 1 goal, 2 assists, Declan Rice today, involved in 3 goals in a Premier match for the first time in his career. First time he managed 2 assists in a game, incidentally, in his career as well. Free kick West Ham. James Ward-Prowse standing over this, and it's going to be flighted to the edge of the penalty area, cleared away. Eddie Nketiah helping defensively, but West Ham have it again, and they win a corner, which is loudly cheered by the Arsenal fans. In fact, it's not a corner because it's a free kick to Arsenal.
Yep, everything's going our way at the moment, isn't it? Everything. This has just been one of those red letter days for us, isn't it? Everything just coming off. Everyone's looking hungry. Everyone's looking sharp. And yeah, like you say about Eddie and Reece coming on as well. You know, opportunity. They've been starved of opportunities really over the past few months. But you know, it's a great opportunity for them to come on and show Mikel Arteta what they can do. Obviously, the games will start piling up thick and fast again when the Champions League starts as well. So. You know, there's a bit of rustiness for them to sort of shake off. There's a good chance now, with 25 minutes to go, that they can get up and running, and yeah, they'll want to sort of add to their accounts. You know, Reece obviously hasn't scored since the Bournemouth game, famously about a year ago, so he'll be itching to get on the mark, and Eddie as well has obviously not scored for a while, haven't started the season so well. So yeah, there's points to prove, and that doesn't bode well for West Ham.
Aston look to come forward once again, but West Ham will clear. This is Agard on the left-hand side. 5 goals in the Premier League for Eddie Nketiah, but not since the hat-trick against Sheffield United back in October, and Arsenal have it again. And this is Ødegaard over on the right-hand side, everything to his left. He's got 3 West Ham players around him, and he's just jinked away from Ward-Prowse and looks to play to the edge of the penalty area. It will fall for El Neni here, and it's straight into the arms of Areola. He scored some spectacular goals, has Mohamed El Neni's an Arsenal career. Not that many, obviously, but against Barcelona always stands out.
That would be the cherry on top of the icing on top of the cake, wouldn't it, if Mo El Neni managed to get on the score sheet. He doesn't get too many, like you say, so again, he'll probably be licking his lips at what West Ham are putting out here. There's an opportunity for anybody here to score.
Nketiah fouls Phillips, who's not made the difference that David Moyes would have hoped for in the second half. 18 minutes remaining here at the London Stadium. It is West Ham United 0, Arsenal 6. Incredible scoreline. The Gunners have been excellent throughout. Ward-Prowse, Mavropanos. Ward-Prowse has it again. West Ham's number 7, just inside his own half. Plays it short here for Phillips. Phillips will chip it forward over to the right-hand side. It's nodded down by Kivior, who's been solid at left-back today, up against the tricky Kudos, who has it at the moment. And now it's with Sofal. There's only Johnson inside the penalty area. The cross is blocked anyway. It's a West Ham throw. And to their credit, they are looking to push on and try and grab a consolation. Give something for those fans that have stayed. Reason to celebrate. In comes the cross. Raya comes and collects. That's confidently done from the Spaniard. He'll roll it out towards Martin Ødegaard. Ødegaard comes infield. Short here for El Neni. El Neni on the halfway line flicks it back for Ben White. White back towards the Egyptian. Ødegaard again. Got Reece Nelson calling for it right flank. Back towards Kivior, and now Ødegaard once more. Trades passes with Havertz. Kivior. Havertz again, just inside West Ham territory, left-hand side. Martinelli will want to get in on the act, that's for certain. Here he comes, and he looks here for Nketiah. Opens up his body, and the shot is well saved by Areola. Did everything right there, Eddie Nketiah. Took a touch, and then opened up his body. Looked to curl towards the far post, but comfortable save in the end.
Yeah, easy save, but yeah, I think Eddie would be a little bit disappointed with that. I think he could have tested Areola a little bit more there, but yeah, once again, the chances keep coming, which is great to see. I mean, the player as well, sort of exemplifying it, is Martin Ødegaard. Every time sort of West Ham have the ball, he's on them. He's driving forward and pushing and keeping standards high and putting pressure on them. So, yeah, this is great to see. Obviously, you know, they're still hungry. 15 minutes to go, 6-0 up. Free kick as well now in a decent position, and I think, yeah, the likes of Gabriel and Saliba will be coming up and licking their lips, thinking there's more available for them as well.
Free kick right-hand side, 28 yards out. Ødegaard standing over this. Gabriel has just spoken to Ødegaard, saying where he wants it again. Surely Gabriel's not going to do it again. It's not Rice on the ball this time around. Can Ødegaard follow the instruction from Big Gabby? goes the signal. Curled again towards Gabriel, but it's nodded away by Mavropanos. Two players are down inside the penalty area. Martinelli looks to try and keep the pressure on. He's caught by Kudus. That's going to be a free kick.
Similar position as well to when Gabriel scored in the first half, right on that sort of touchline, level with the sort of edge of the 18-yard box. So yeah, again, a great opportunity for us here to use our aerial prowess and see if we can get number 7.
Change here as Emerson is coming off. Aaron Cresswell is the player to come on.
Martinelli just down here, who's taking a bit of a whack from Kudos. He's been down for sort of a minute. He sort of just got back to his feet now, limping a little bit. So maybe that's someone that Mikel Arteta might be looking at. And yes, indeed, we are making a couple of changes here. And Ethan and Waneri is coming onto the pitch.
Well, good to see him.
Good to see.
Because he made his debut against Brentford to much fanfare as a 15-year-old. Hasn't featured this season for the first team. Played EFL Trophy. And obviously with Arsenal getting walloped in the FA Youth Cup, don't want to bring that one up, but hasn't got the outlet there. Martinelli is coming off. And we're also going to see Cedric Suarez for Arsenal. Ben White coming off, so Suarez coming on there. Look, and as much it's nice to see Waneri get Suarez on, it's more about Ben White having a few minutes off, I would have thought here.
Yeah, definitely. He's played really, really well, as everyone has today. He's been star performers all over the pitch, really. And yeah, I think it'd be nice, you know. And Waneri obviously got a minute or two. When he broke records at Brentford last season, but now it'd be nice to see him get like 15-20 minutes to actually, you know, get a proper taste of life in the Premier League. I mean, what, 16-year-old kid, 17, 16, I think. I can't. Yeah, somewhere. He's very young. Let's put it that way. And yeah, this will be a good opportunity for him to get some minutes under his belt.
Yeah, 16 turns 17 next month. In comes the delivery and nodded up into the air. West Ham will look to try and clear, and that's a foul. Waneri straight into the action, and the referee might have a quick word. Well, having trawled through the archive, I don't think that Arsenal have ever beaten West Ham by 6 goals to 0 away from home previously. So this will be another higher record. We used to win 5-1 at Upton Park a few years ago. But even if you go back to scorelines when 6s and 7s were a bit more regular than they are now in the yesteryear of football, Arsenal haven't managed that. So some new highs here for the Gunners. 6s are rare, but 7s even more so. It'd be nice to get another one, don't you? You just don't see 7, 8 and 9, do you? They're the scorelines you just don't see.
I was just thinking if I've ever seen a 7-0 in a competitive game, and I don't think I have. So yeah, it's on the cards though. Like West Ham they've just given up. They're just going through the motions. They're probably watching the clock, just hoping to get in the changing rooms at the end of this and just move on. But I think, yeah, like we say, there's players out there with points to prove now, and there's players there that are going to want to get on the score sheet. And I think someone as lively as Eddie Nketiah is, he's going to be hungry for a goal or two. So I'd be surprised if this still finishes 6-0.
Arsenal coming forward with Waneri. Waneri finds Ødegaard. Now it's with Cedric, first Premier League appearance of the season for him. Played in the Champions League against PSV, of course, and indeed the League Cup success at Brentford. Loan spell at Fulham last season. Ødegaard. Clever ball from Nketiah. Likewise for Kivior on the left-hand side. Arsenal look for a way through, and they conjure something here. Here is Reece Nelson, who's going to operate on the left-hand side. Waneri's going to play on the right, it would appear. He's a player that's training regularly with the first team, of course, along with 1 or 2 of the youngsters. Ødegaard. Ranieri. I'd like to see him get on the ball. I mean, he's not really a right-sided midfielder, I don't think, from my knowledge. Jonathan, you might know a little bit more. He's more of a central midfielder, isn't he?
Yeah, he's more of a central midfielder. He seems to sort of like playing in that sort of central role, sort of Ødegaard role, if you sort of say so. And, yeah, that's kind of where he is now, to be honest. Which is good to see.
Ødegaard and Ranieri inside the area, looks to pull it back. Very much involved. Long pump forward towards Bowen. Arsenal have it again. El Neni's header. Saliba. Now it's with Havertz. Ranieri. Ødegaard. Curls it here for Nelson. Ranieri wants it back. Here is the 16-year-old now. It's with Havertz inside the penalty area. Taps it in field. Nelson to try and turn. Ranieri's got the ball at his feet here. The Arsenal fans want him to shoot. El Neni does. It's over the crossbar. Just didn't have the snap and the speed and the opportunity, Nelson or Ranieri, to get the shot away inside the box.
Yeah, I think probably the best opportunity there comes sort of to Ethan, but I think it's one of those, isn't it? I don't know if I was a 16-year-old kid playing in this team, would you want to sort of take a pot shot away from somebody and risk getting an earful from someone? I'm not sure. So.
I wouldn't, but if you're good enough and confident enough to make your debut at 15 for Arsenal and now 16, he probably would.
Yeah.
He'd have no qualms about it. I mean, I'm told he's a fairly quiet lad.
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, a great talent. We saw that in the Youth Cup.
Yeah. West Ham, of course, won that Youth Cup last year. Coming forwards here, might get an opportunity to grab a consolation. It's a good run, but it's stopped, and then the second opportunity, the shot on the turn from Bowen, is blocked and it's out for a corner. And all the Arsenal defenders and indeed keeper high five. That's what it means, a clean sheet.
Yeah, they want this clean sheet, there's no doubt about it. No doubt we'll get stick there for over-celebrating, being 6-0 up and only conceding a corner, so that's fine.
Yeah, that is one for others. That was terrific to see. 4, 5, 6 Arsenal players, keeper involved, giving it the big one like it was a huge goal line clearance at 1-0 in the 90th. But look, nothing wrong with that. We know that. Corner. Still got some defending to do here. 83 on the clock. In it comes, easy. David Raya, and he'll roll it out here. And Henry's on the move to the halfway line. Steps inside, runs into Calvin Phillips, free kick. And Phillips knew exactly what he was doing. It wasn't the worst challenge, but he just made sure that he wasn't going to get any further forward. And Craig Paulson here, sensibly, look, I think he's saying to Calvin Phillips, look at the scoreline, look at the time on the clock, and look who you're challenging here. You know, 16-year-old kid, you don't really need to stop him illegally, do you?
No, definitely not, but going back to that sort of celebration that they were sort of doing for it just goes to show they want this clean sheet. They want to keep standards high, and it's great to see.
Ranieri, good ball in. Havertz to the left-hand side. Nelson prods it inside the 6-yard box for Nketiah. Should have taken it on himself. This is curled back in by Cedric Suarez. It evades everybody in Arsenal colours, and then West Ham win a free kick. Oh, and it's been given away. Kudos, nothing is going right for West Ham. Forgive my guffaws.
That sums it up, doesn't it?
It does a bit, doesn't it?
Win a free kick, a chance to alleviate some pressure, you just pass it straight out of play.
Ødegaard, left-hand side. Arsenal come forward. This is El Neni. He's had a couple of sighters from 25 yards. Ødegaard again into the penalty area, cleared. Kudos moves away. Kivior brings him down. It's a free kick. Would have been a bit of focus on Jakub Kivior here. Obviously, the game states helped him, but I think he's coped well with Kudos. His position has been good. He's never been caught one-on-one. He's never been caught chasing Kudos down. He's been really good to make sure that he's been in the right positions. Free kick. Long from Areola. Ball is out of play. Eventually the throw has been taken, and it's towards David Raya. Well, we've still got 5 minutes plus added on time. I don't know, in the whole scheme of things, we might get 4 or 5 minutes of added on time, but we'll see what the referee does. A long time in certain leagues, you did get mercy whistles. You might not get them these days because they want to be stringent with the rules and players' minutes as they see fit.
Well, yeah, and as well, you know, at the moment you can throw a blanket over the top 3 teams in the Premier League, so, you know, something like goal difference really might come into play towards the end of the season. You never know, so, you know, the opportunity is there for us to score goals and pile on the misery onto West Ham, but ultimately, 4 months down the line, perhaps an extra goal here might be worth, who knows? You just don't know, do you? So, Premier League's been won on goal difference before, so...
You just look at the way that they're operating now, and it's only really El Neni, Nketiah, Nelson and Nwaneri who are really trying to make something happen. Ødegaard and Havertz to a certain extent, but the more senior players are taking it fairly easy and just looking to manage the game. But that's a good looking ball out to the left-hand side, and Nketiah, he keeps it in play. Then is he fouled? That's a free kick. Arsenal down by the corner flag on the left-hand side. Mavropanos, the perpetrator, asking Craig Pawson why.
I think one player as well who really will be eyeing up a goal, I think, is Martin Ødegaard. He's obviously not had the same numbers that he did last season. I think his last goal would have been the Wolves game at the start of December, quite possibly. So yeah, I think he'll want to try and bang one in before the game's over to try and get him sort of up and running again.
In comes the delivery and evades everybody. Yeah, last against Wolves, 2nd of December. 15 last season. The Premier League was always going to be a bit of an outlier, wasn't it? But you always want him to get his fair share. 4 so far this season. He's never been massively prolific. Comes in for a little bit of criticism. Takes 1 or 2 more touches when maybe you can let fly. But his all-round productivity is first class, as everyone who watches Arsenal regularly knows. Stay with us at full time, Eddie and Nick, with social media reaction and some tactical chat as well. No doubt, get your thoughts into AD and stick with us as we pick the bones out of what has been a very, very impressive victory. And then we'll be back with you next Saturday, 3 o'clock UK, for Burnley Arsenal, another team in claret and blue. Side that have really struggled under Vincent Kompany this season, and one that Arsenal will expect to win, and those around them will expect Arsenal to win as well. But you've still got to stand up, earn the right to play and get over the line. That's what Mikel Arteta will want. As good as comes forward here for West Ham, looks to get the crossing cleared away by Gabriel to the halfway line. Mavropanos will knock it down. Now it's with Agard. Mavropanos once more. Short for Souček to play it forward. That's going to be an Arsenal decision, isn't it? Yeah, it's just gone out of play. So Arsenal, in terms of the Premier League, will jump to the same amount of points as Manchester City. 52. The goal difference will be the same, plus 31, but the goal scored will not be. Another goal for Arsenal. We'll see the Gunners jump into 2nd spot and 2 points behind Liverpool, having played the same amount of games. And of course, 5 clear of Tottenham in 4th place after there. Well, is it lucky win? I don't know. They keep on scoring late goals. That's unsustainable. Kudos for West Ham on the right-hand side coming forward. And of course, Villa, Manchester United a little later on today, currently in 5th and 6th at the moment. Ødegaard. The 90 is nearly up. How many minutes of added on time we're going to get here? Find out shortly. This is Cedric Suarez, who will play the ball in field for Martin Ødegaard. Ødegaard forward for Nwaneri, who's shown some neat touches on his 2nd Premier League appearance. Here is Havertz. Ranieri again tries to thread it through for Nketiah. Nketiah on the left-hand side, forced outside of the box by Mavropanos, and then the sliding challenge from Phillips on Nelson. And that's a free kick for Arsenal, is it? And we've got 3 additional minutes, which feels probably about right.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think West Ham will be delighted to get off the pitch here, but I think that the Arsenal players are just looking forward to a very loud and passionate send-off from their supporters, who will be absolutely delighted with what they've seen today. It's been a game to remember.
Can Arsenal grab a 7th? Free kick left-hand side, a yard in from the touchline, and about 16 to the byline. Left-hand side is going to be curled in, right-footed here. Arsenal with 6 inside the penalty area, jostling for a bit of supremacy. It's curled in low, it's mishit really by Nelson. It comes back towards him, and then he's bundled over by Safal, and that's another free kick.
West Ham have kind of just resorted to just kicking us, basically. Just trying to break up the play and just try and stifle us a little bit, because, yeah, you know, had we had left our attacking trio on the pitch or whatever, I think they might get off lightly at 6.
6 does not flatter Arsenal at all. They've been brilliant. Really have been a terrific watch today. And we'll have the highlights for you, of course, on the website late tonight. Here is El Neni. Now it's with Ødegaard. Nelson involved. Ødegaard has it again. Clipped over towards Nketiah, who makes the run. Mavropanos spotted it. And his defensive header is good. And then Aston win it back. And this is Havertz on the edge of the penalty area here. Turns, plays it back for Nwaneri inside the penalty area. Cleared away. That's going to be a free kick. And Nketiah adjudged to a foul. Mavropanos. Free kick taken by Phillips over to the right-hand side, and we've got 45 seconds of the added-on 3 minutes remaining, and Kudus will come forward for West Ham over on the right-hand side. Steps away from Havertz, plays it back here for Mavropanos, who's caught by Nketiah, and that might be a yellow card. It's going to be a word in his ear from Craig Pawson, and it's going to be a free kick. Sensible referee. Not the best of challenges from Eddie. Free kick taken long to that right-hand side. West Ham still have possession as the clock ticks to 93. Mavropanos, Cresswell on this near side. That is the 90. Arsenal with a brilliant display at the London Stadium. A game which could have been tricky against an opponent that have beaten Arsenal twice this season. But Arsenal made it look easy as soon as the first goal went in on 32 through William Saliba. They had chances prior to that to go in front in the opening half an hour. But once Saliba scored, well, the floodgates really did open. Saka made it 2, his 50th for the club, before a wild end to the half saw Gabriel and Trossard add the 3rd and 4th. The second half was played at a slower pace, but 2 goals in 2.5 minutes from Declan Rice, and Saka made the game very, very safe. West Ham offered little, Arsenal was scintillating, and Jonathan, 6-goal thrashing of West Ham does not flatter the Gunners at all. They've been brilliant today.
Absolutely not. That was fantastic to watch. Such a joy to see us playing with a smile on our face, a real swagger. I think 6-0 is actually our biggest ever Premier League away win as well. So, yeah, record-breaking day for us, and yeah, one that all Gooners, I'm sure, will savour for a long time.
Well, real positivity coming out of East London in this clash. The title race is very much on, and Arsenal are very much in it, as we hand you back to Adi and Nick at the Emirates Stadium for social media reactions, some tactical chat as well. Full time here is finished. West Ham United 0, Arsenal 6.
I mean, look, Clarkey, that is the way to do it, isn't it? Who saw that coming pre-game?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's a brilliant result. It's a statement win. You know, the goal difference that we now have is level with City. That's really, really important. It was a perfect away performance. I mean, 6-0, in a way, and I don't mean this in a derogatory manner, but it flatters West Ham. Like,
way more.
That could have been 10, quite easily, when you consider the big chances that we missed. So, yeah, an outstanding performance. And if anyone else in the division had produced that today, we'd all be saying, wow, what a team they are. So I would imagine that Arsenal will get widespread praise for this performance. And I think it does show. It shows that we are absolutely in the conversation for this year's title.
I mean, I hope you're right in terms of the praise that you mentioned there, because, you know, so many times I've seen, you know, people waxing lyrical about the likes of Liverpool, the likes of Manchester City, who are great sides, by the way. I'm not saying that they're not, obviously. But like, I feel like sometimes when we win games like this, as comfortably as this, there's a kind of, oh, well, West Ham were bad, you know, rather than like Arsenal were like excellent.
Yeah. In this case, we made them look terrible. We annihilated them, we destroyed them. Everything we did with and without the ball was spot on, really professional, ruthless. It was, I loved every aspect of it. There's nothing I didn't like about that game. The fact that we were so determined to protect David Raya. You know, they didn't produce anything. I think 25 shots to 5. 18 of our shots were inside the box. You know, the numbers are scarily good. And this is a team that aren't struggling for relegation. This is a team that are trying to get into Europe. This is a team that are knocking on the door of the top 4. Yeah. And we've just wiped the floor with them. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it simply just doesn't get any better than that. Right, let's have a look at the first thing that we learned from the game today. And we could have had a million of these, to be honest. It's hard to narrow it down to 3, but this is the first. This could be the most ruthless and brilliant performance of the Arteta era. Yeah, you mentioned the word ruthless. Everything we did, we just did with a cutting edge.
Yeah, it's up there, isn't it? In terms of the quality finishing, in terms of the ultimate domination, the way that we kept going. And I know that the tempo dropped a little bit. Obviously, that was going to happen because West Ham were just trying to kill time and just trying to run down the clock, really. It was inevitable that we didn't probably get the 7, the 8 or the 9, but it felt like it was possible today because we were that superior to them. Just think, any Arsenal fans out there, just think about where we were when Mikel Arteta joined the club. Just think about the team we had, think about the quality of the football, think about the goals we scored, think about the goal difference. It's just so far superior now. What he's building is magnificent. And there are going to be bumps in the road. We're not the perfect team, but today we looked almost perfect, and that's a really pleasing thing.
Yeah, astonishing. Just, you know, how good we looked today. I mean, it's a hard job for whoever picked out man of the match. You know, we were talking about that. I mean, there's players all over the place, and that's kind of the second thing, actually, that we learnt about the game. We mentioned these players here, Trossard, Saka and Ødegaard, all produced magnificent individual displays. But, I mean, you could add a few more players in there as well.
Yeah, well, Rice would be in the conversation, wouldn't he, as well? I mean, everyone was brilliant. But those are the 3 I would pick out personally, along with Declan Rice. I just think that Trossard's goal was superb, but also he got on the end of so many things. He was a magnificent pass over the top for Saka for that penalty, which feels like it was about a year ago.
It was last season, yeah.
Ødegaard just purred, didn't he? Over 100 passes, almost all of them accurate. 7 chances he created. He was at his very best today. And Saka, what more can you say about Bukayo? You know, this was another stellar display. And the goal that he got in the second half, I loved it. Because I loved the way that we created it. It was a nice little flowing move. But the way he just drops inside his man, and then he gives the eyes to the keeper, and he just smashes it low and hard into the near post. The keeper's gone like that, and he's gone, oh,
yeah. And the thing is, it's because the keeper would have seen Bukayo. Normally, he does go far post when he chops inside like that. And the keeper would have seen that, and he's anticipating it, and Bukayo's smart enough to go the other way.
Yeah, it was perfect. And those 3 and Declan were truly outstanding, but everyone's going to be happy with how they played today. And it was nice, wasn't it, as well, to see a few players get a game off the bench, particularly Ethan Nwaneri, who had lots of touches and looked very comfortable.
Yeah, he was in amongst it. He wasn't hiding, that's for sure. Right, the third thing, you've already mentioned him loads. Look, it had to be about this man, who we don't stop going on about how good he is, but again, you saw it today. Declan Rice marked his London Stadium return with 2 assists and a goal right out of the top drawer. I mean, that finish, from every angle, it's one of those that I know the social media lot will be chopping up from every single angle because it was just brilliant.
Yeah, I called it on social media the dummy of the season from Trossard and Ødegaard. Because it's comedy the way that they both left the ball, and you thought, oh, what are you doing? And okay. And then Declan Rice just had whip on it. It was perfect technique. A little bit like the goal at Chelsea, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Quite a long way out. Getting on towards 30 yards out is the keeper just was rooted to the spot. There's just no chance of saving it. But yeah, Declan, for him to produce 2 really good assists. The second one I thought was an unplayable cross from the free kick. And then to score that goal, he's got to be buzzing. And look, we said ahead of kick-off, he was the key man. He didn't really perform that well against West Ham here. And I just had that feeling today he was going to own the match, and he certainly did. He showed why he's worth over 100 million. He showed why we were right to invest so much money in him, so much faith, and onwards and upwards for Declan. He's got that out of the way. He's played at London Stadium. We smashed them. He's been one of the star men. He can look forward to going back there many, many times wearing our badge.
I think the most impressive thing about his goal or his performance today was not celebrating that goal. You're getting booed left, right and centre. People are giving you pelters. You score an absolute screamer, and to maintain the composure, not to celebrate.
The straight face. I can't deny he kept the straight face. I would have struggled. I might have tried that. I might have tried to do the whole playing it down thing, but I think I might have had a smirk, and you'd have been able to see it because it's such a good goal, and they've given him so much stick. So he probably deserves man of the match for actually keeping a straight face when scoring that goal. So I admire it. But yeah, what a day for him. What a day for the Arsenal. The supporters that went there had a great time. And obviously, West Ham supporters, it's just the nightmare London derby, isn't it? And not many of them stuck around. Those that did,
most of them were already at home.
Yeah, those that did, I admire the support because it's an easy game for them to leave.
Yeah. Well, listen, up next it's Burnley away next week. A different kind of test, but a win against Liverpool here, brilliant. A big win away against West Ham, brilliant. So you couldn't ask for better preparation, really.
No, exactly. And Burnley aren't a park the bus team. They will. On home turf, they'll try and take it to us where they can. We'll probably dominate most of the ball, but they'll want to play and they'll want to press us. So it'll be a different type of game, maybe one that will suit us more than today. And it's up to us to play through them and get in beyond. I'd expect us to win that game. 99 times out of 100, I think we would win that game. So hopefully we go there and put on another show. This has turned into a really good start to the year, isn't it? Terrible end to 2023. We've turned it around, and I think now, when we're looking ahead to the games, big games coming up, and they're not too, on the horizon, I think we can really look forward to them with confidence because the team is in good shape. We've got a lot of players still missing. Remember, no Partey today, no Timber, no Tomiyasu, no Smith Rowe, no Jesus. It's a lot of quality to come back in. So I think this is an exciting period for the season for us, and I just hope we continue to maintain the standards we set today, because if we play like this every week, no one will beat us. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. You mentioned putting on a show there. Super Bowl Sunday today, Clark. Are you watching it?
No. Look, I love sport, but American football just goes on too long for me. It's just a long old game, and it's always on in the middle of the night, and I need some sleep.
He'll be tuning in for Usher on the halftime show. Don't you worry about that.
Xabi Alonso proving pretty hard to ignore, isn't he? And he said he's dreamt of it. Is he a natural successor, do you feel, or is it too soon, in your opinion? Whoever gets the job, I mean, has got a huge job on their hands replacing Klopp.
I think he is by far and away the overwhelming choice to take over. I think with certainly the fans I speak to around the city, I haven't heard anyone else mentioned in the conversation. Xabi Alonso is absolutely adored at Liverpool. Of course, he was part of that iconic Champions League winning team in 2005. He's got the charisma, I think. Yes, of course, he's still relatively unproven in managerial terms, but if you can only go by what someone's body of work so far, and his body of work as a manager is nothing short of miraculous when you think that Leverkusen were one place off the bottom when he took over in October 2022, and now reflecting on beating Bayern Munich 3-0 and now favourites to win the Bundesliga title. So I think he makes sense for Liverpool on lots and lots of levels, and of course it is almost an impossible act to follow because Jurgen Klopp has been one of the most inspirational and transformative figures in the club's history. But there is a really, really talented squad there. And I think that's one of the reasons why Klopp has decided now's the right time to go, because he thinks he can pass the baton on, and hopefully there won't be the kind of drop-off we've seen elsewhere when you lose such an iconic figure.
Yeah, fingers crossed for Liverpool fans. Thank you very much, James. Good to see you.
Cheers, guys. Take care.
Yeah, so as James was saying, Xabi Alonso is proving hard to ignore, isn't he? As Bayer Leverkusen side dismantled Bayern Munich to open up a 5-point lead at the top of the Bundesliga. If there are auditions to become the next Liverpool manager, would that performance alone have gone a long way in getting the job at Liverpool?
Well, look, it's incredibly impressive, and it comes where all these factors converge, not just the title race in the Bundesliga, but also, of course, the soon-to-be vacant Liverpool job. So everyone's looking at him for this, at this game, and the team delivering pretty spectacular form. And there's lots of things you could say, and clearly that Xabi Alonso's style, the style of football that he's developed there, his own kind of standing in the game, which is a difficult thing to measure, but you sort of know when someone's got it, and clearly his playing career was pretty much as good as it gets. He won everything for club and country. Well, the big thing that stands out for me with the whole Leverkusen phenomenon, and if they do go on to break this decade-long stranglehold, is that they've done it on such a small budget. I mean, they're owned by this huge pharmaceutical company, but basically they're not even in the top 30 when it comes to the famous Deloitte audit of clubs. Wow. In terms of revenue. So their revenue's somewhere less than 200 million euros, which really takes them completely out of, they're nowhere near Bayern Munich, for example, who are around about 750 million a year. So if you're an executive of a club and you're being given all this sort of privileged data, which we know they look at, you're thinking, well, who adds value? Who is it that on a wage budget of X can achieve Y? Mm-hmm. Well, what's this guy? Yeah. And Liverpool pay a lot of money. They pay their players a lot of money. They pay big transfer fees, but they're not right at the top. No. They've done brilliantly to transform their commercial offering. Their stadium's got bigger under FSG, so they've maxed out what they can, and they're clearly a huge, I hate to use this word, a brand, but they really are one of the great heritage brands in world football. Yeah. So, but they're always going to feel, despite whatever PSR controls there are on various sort of clubs with unlimited wealth, and we know who they are. They're always going to have to box clever against those clubs. They're always going to have to recruit better because they don't really want to get into a bidding war for a top player. They never nowhere near getting Haaland. They dropped out of Bellingham race very quickly. So all these factors, I think when you're looking at it, I think yes. So let's recap. Great career. He's got that standing. He's got that presence. But the basic premise is that he's taken a club that have got nothing like the budget of Bayern Munich, and even if they don't win the league, which clearly would be a real pity for him, they've challenged all the way, and that is I think the definition of a really great manager.
Darren, you said last week that you'd almost want to be the person that takes the job after the person that gets the job, if you see what I mean. So, but are we at the stage where it would be a surprise if it wasn't Alonso?
I think we are now. I mean, yeah, I did say last week you don't want to be the transitional one. You want to be the one. And as far as Alonso is concerned, instinctively I felt, and there's a little part of me that still does feel, one great season, and this is an exceptional season for Leverkusen, because the last thing they won was the 1993 German Cup, and they're smashing all records, and no one has ever gone all season undefeated in the Bundesliga. I think Bayern managed to lose just one game on a couple of occasions, but what he is doing is exceptional. And it's changing lots of minds, because as Sam says, it is about improving individual players, which is what Klopp is renowned for. It is about, if you look at the pattern of yesterday's game, the first hour they were expressive, creative, expansive, and they took Bayern apart. Then defensively, they were so resolute that Bayern only had one shot on target for the entire game. That's their worst, their fewest number for 8 years. And I think in general terms, if you want a candidate that's going to go to Anfield and improve players, electrify the fans, command the respect of the senior players and younger players, and also connect with the fans. Those pictures we saw a second ago of Alonso beckoning his coaching staff to join him. There's a lot of them.
Liverpool are going to be looking at that. We have to give them all.
It's a few seller, isn't it?
Don't get the guitar.
No, but
I think as far as Alonso is concerned, he does tick so many boxes, and it's the reason. They're the pictures again. Thank you guys, and because I think that is very important. It isn't just tactics, team selection, and motivation of the players that you're looking at, as well as obviously competing with City. It's this kind of thing, building a connection, a bridge in a club that every successful manager at the club has plugged into the fan base, as well as commanded the respect.
He's quite reserved though, Alonso, isn't he?
He is. He's quite shy.
He's not very demonstrative.
Well, I'm going to show you in a second Dom King's piece in the Mail on Sunday, because he was at the Bay Arena for it, and he says, I want to quote you directly from it. He says, here it is, Alonso 3, Kane 0. Kane, as I said, no shot on target for him, 17 touches of the ball, but just no service for him, nothing. And that is another particularly impressive aspect of yesterday. But I'm going to read you a little bit from that, because he says, if all teams reflect, Dom King says this, the character of their manager, Alonso exuded cool, sartorially and professionally. Does he have the fire of a Jurgen Klopp? Well, yes. He let rip at Bayern's Alexander Pavlovich when the midfielder threw himself to the ground theatrically. And there were those moments of passion that he showed throughout the game, but he was always in control, and his team were a reflection of him. So he does that, because I thought that too, Sam. Does he have that fire about him that Jurgen has, where he goes to the crowd at the end of the game, he gets in officials' faces? Not that we should get in officials' faces, of course. And yes, he does. He does have that in his locker, and it does look as though he could be somebody who could, if you look at the team, they're a team for the next 5 years because of what Klopp has done, because of Bradley and McConnell and all the other young players that he brought through the academy. Now you could have a manager for the next 5 years as well in Alonso.
I feel like we're doing all the legwork for Liverpool's recruitment services. But
he's convinced.
But what's the risk then if they do go for Alonso?
There's always a risk. There's always a risk. The kind of the managerial sort of CV is so varied. You've got so many who've really earned their spurs coming up through divisions, who've managed academies, who've managed in the Championship, and then you just get these kind of one-hitters who just look made for it. I mean, clearly Pep Guardiola. He was the manager of a lower league. I think he had one season with Barca B, and then he was promoted and he won the Champions. He won the treble in his first year. Now those are unicorns. I mean, those are really, really rare, but they do happen. And I think most clubs will accept that there's no one single route. I mean, Unai Emery has been up and down, and he's had big jobs. He's had lots of big jobs, but you'd pick out Arsenal and PSG, and it hasn't quite worked out for him. None of that makes him a bad manager. None of that mitigates against the fact that he was a great fit for Villa. So every appointment is a risk. But again, I'll go back to that point with he's clearly built something very, very quickly. And he's not going into, dare I say it, 2013 Manchester United, where with hindsight we can say quite clearly that the squad wasn't right and that the succession planning wasn't right. He's going into a team that Klopp claims and I can see that there's a little bit of of gloss on this, that he's leaving it early. He's leaving it because he thinks it's developed quicker than, as James Pearce mentioned, it's developed quicker than he ever expected.
Yeah.
So there is something that he can move into. But look, I have to say that the feeling has been right from the moment Klopp made his announcement. Was that Alonso? There is a strong suspicion that Alonso is committed to another year at Leverkusen. Things can change so quickly in football. But I don't think for a moment that anyone at Liverpool thinks that they just have to send the private jet and he's going to get on it and come. I think they have to make the case to him.
Yeah,
I think there is an interesting point about the fact that Klopp clearly made clear that he'd told the Liverpool hierarchy that he wanted to leave in November. They did superbly well to keep a lid on it, but they would have been looking since then, maybe even before then, because obviously they accepted it in November. But you would suggest that he may well have made noises before that, and they would have tried to persuade him to stay, go away, think it over, that kind of thing. So they will not have started looking a couple of weeks ago when Klopp made his announcement. They'd have been looking a long time ago. They'd have been looking at the trajectory of the Leverkusen team, the improvement in the players. If you look at the starting lineup, and lots of people are now sitting up and taking notice of that Leverkusen team, there are not many individuals in that team that would make top 6 sides in the Premier League. And yet, in fact, there are 1 or 2 that mid-table teams or aspiring top 6 teams have looked at and thought, could we sign him, could we not? Hincapié at the back, and Jonathan Tah, for example, the defender. There are 1 or 2 of those players in there that they've looked at. Bayern let one of the players who was on the score sheet yesterday go, Stanisic. They let him go out on loan, and they had no compunction about allowing him to play against them yesterday because they were so unworried about him. And yet, Alonso has improved every individual in that team. And as you were saying, Sam, they don't, Liverpool, although they pay big wages and although they're a big club and they're big players, they can't compete for.
On Varane, and eventually it's a throw in to Aston Villa. Matty Cash will take. He's a change for Unai Emery. Matty Cash, Ezri Konsa is set for a spell on the sidelines himself. Here's Emiliano Martinez, just trying to draw the press from Rasmus Højlund. It's Bruno Fernandes that goes to close him down, then Højlund, and Villa eventually forced to play back to their goalkeeper. Jacob Ramsey with a nice touch around the corner from Moreno, and here's Ramsey on the charge for Villa down the left-hand side. He's got man over in the middle. It's a really good recovery challenge from Diogo Dalot. Conceded to throw in, but it was a necessary recovery from the Portuguese international. Villa get themselves back underway quickly. Here's Douglas Luiz with Moreno. High and advanced, deep inside the Manchester United half. Villa just switch across to this near right-hand side now with Cash, McGinn. Cash again. Good little triangle there between Cash, McGinn and Leon Bailey, but it's Varane who gets across And he's pulled down eventually by Matty Cash. That'll be a free kick to United. We've already had one goal-filled game in the Premier League so far today. Arsenal 6-0 winners away at West Ham. 2 goals for Bukayo Saka and a returning goal for Declan Rice back at the London Stadium. Pressure starting to build once more on David Moyes. A victory on the other side of the capital keeps Arsenal right in the title race. Here's Onana with the free kick, just aiming in the direction of Rashford, but it was overhit by the Manchester United goalkeeper. Villa again, quick to get things underway. Ball forward won by Bailey, but Maguire gets back in to make the clearance. Moreno nods that one down for Jacob Ramsey, and Moreno will turn away from Garnacho on halfway, back into Ramsey. He's shut out by Casemiro. Douglas Luiz will keep it alive for Villa, but Mainu is there to win back possession for United. Feeds it into Højlund just inside the United half, but he's beaten to it by Boubacar Kamara. A busy start here at Villa Park for both teams. Nothing really in terms of goal scoring chances just yet. 5 minutes on the clock. Villa now with just some possession along the back line. Longley drifts that long for the overlap of Moreno, but Varane gets across and clears into the stands. Another throw in for Villa. Which Moreno will take. He's just waiting for a few more Villa bodies to get into the box. Watkins will be the target, you'd imagine. He's battling away with Rafa Varane, and Watkins manages to turn that back into the box, but it's cleared by Casemiro. Villa win the turnover though. Diego Carlos there before Højlund. Now Douglas Luiz just pops that one back to Longley. A bit of positive injury news also for Aston Villa today. Luca Dean and Pau Torres both on the bench. Neither player have featured in a matchday squad so far in 2024. Alex Moreno has been a very able deputy for Luca Dean during his absence, and Longley and Carlos are the current central defensive choice for Emery. Luke Shaw's made a bit of a mess of that clearance as he tried to get it away from John McGinn, and Watkins just gets edged out of it by Casemiro. Now on to Fernandes, down the United left, tries to spring Rasmus Højlund in behind, and there's space here for Højlund here. He's got Garnacho across inside. It's a late flag up against the Dane. Assistant referee over on that far side just waited a moment to make his decision. Richard West. It was the right call. Højlund was just a little bit too keen. And he is, of course, the man in form for Manchester United. 4 goals in his last 4 Premier League matches, 10 in all competitions. Aston Villa tries to get themselves moving. That's a long ball played forward, and Onana will just about get there before Watkins clears that high into the sky. Højlund will win the first ball, Luiz the second. Varane just tries to knock that back into the Aston Villa half, but it's dealt with well by the home side. Here's Maguire for Manchester United. Pretty even so far in terms of possession. There's not really been too much to get excited about in terms of attacking intent. Rashford just flagged offside there. He was well ahead of Matty Cash when the ball was played. Another landmark for Unai Emery this afternoon, his 100th Premier League game as a manager. Spread across his spells here at Villa Park and also with Arsenal. There's Diego Carlos, goes for the big switch over onto the left-hand side to Moreno. Nice trick from Moreno to get away from Garnacho, but Kobe Mainoo's there to help out, and United win it back. Just looking at the live standings here and how important this game is to Manchester United. If they were to lose today, they would find themselves cut adrift by 9 points in the race for either the top 4 or the top 5. Here's Ramsey looking to burst through the middle for Aston Villa. Feeds it wide to Watkins on the left. Douglas Luiz, now Alex Moreno, who's again bombed forward from left back. Kamara, almost 1-2 there with Luiz, and it's a heavy touch from Luiz, and United will come away with this. Rashford gets away from Kamara. He's got a man over on his right if he can find Garnacho. Garnacho on into the box, across for Højlund. Fantastic defending from Aston Villa. Diego Carlos got back in position and has denied Rasmus Højlund a certain goal for Manchester United. Rashford showed a clean pair of heels to Kamara there as a clip from the Aston Villa midfielder. Referee Rob Jones waved play on. Rashford delayed his pass down the right-hand side of the box to Højlund. His ball across from Garnacho to Højlund was perfect, but Carlos gets back and gets a foot in. And we've got our first corner of the game to Manchester United. 10 minutes gone here at Villa Park. With Bruno Fernandes to take for Manchester United. Delivered into the middle of the box. It's headed down by Maguire. Going to be hacked away by Matty Cash. It's a quick claim from Maguire there that he was fouled in the air as he tried to make a connection with that, but the referee uninterested for now. England international just seemed to lose flight of the delivery as Aston Villa eventually cleared their lines. United will have a throw over on the far right hand side. Fernandes working back from the corner. Diogo Dalot just being told to hurry up by the referee. Comes across now to this left-hand side for Manchester United. Rashford one-on-one with Cash. Shaw on the overlap to the byline. Shaw delivers that in deep to the far post. It's headed behind for another Manchester United corner. Jacob Ramsey back on defensive duty. Alejandro Garnacho was shaping to head that one back across goal. Harry Maguire is still protesting to Rob Jones over that last set piece. I think Fernandes will whip in a similar delivery this time. He knows he's got options in there. Casemiro, Varane, Maguire, Højlund. Fernandes again deep into the box. Maguire the target again, and Maguire over the top. It's Boubacar Kamara that lost him at the corner there. Casemiro and Varane with the decoy runs, and Maguire got a good contact on that, just couldn't keep it down and force a save from Martinez. Here is Martinez looking to play out from the back for Villa into Kamara, back with Martinez. It's been an inconsistent few weeks for the World Cup winner Martinez, such a popular figure here at Villa Park, but just 2 Premier League clean sheets in his last 7. There's a mistake on the edge of the box, and United are in there. Højlund, and that is another superb bit of defending from Diego Carlos. Aston Villa playing themselves into trouble trying to pass through the Manchester United lines, and it was a bad ball initially from Douglas Luiz trying to find Clement Longley on the edge of his own box. Fernandes fed it back into Højlund. Carlos was there again with another crucial block and another corner for Manchester United, their third of the opening 13 minutes. With Luke Shaw this time from the left, headed away by Longley. Maguire nods it back in, but it's helped on its way eventually by Bailey, but Rashford will win that back for United. Now Fernandes, thought about the spectacular, but he'll loft that one back in for Garnacho. Now Mainu. Garnacho, control there from the Argentinian, just skips away from two tackles, and Garnacho with the hit. Just past the post. Another warning sign from Manchester United. Nice skill here from Garnacho, just steps away from Kamara on the edge of the box, and I think Martinez would have had that covered, but it was fizzing past the post. Scored 2 against West Ham last weekend, Garnacho. Determined not to be outdone by Højlund and Rashford, of course. Rashford with 3 in his last 4 Premier League starts. It's a on-song United attack. And here's a chance for Villa to show what they can do. Again, Ramsey bursting through the middle, on into Bailey, but it's Diogo Dalot who goes to the ground and wins the ball. We're starting to see it open up a little bit more now. United with the better chances. Fernandes onto Rashford down the left. He's onside this time. No, he's not. Again, another late flag. Again, it's Matty Cash who wins that little duel with Marcus Rashford. Now Ramsey again, great pace to get away down that left. He's past Kobe Mainu. Can he find a ball into the box? Just delays for a moment. Blocked, it falls in for McGinn, but United should get this away. McGinn will keep battling, keeps that alive. Maguire with the header. Back to McGinn on the edge of the box, just backing into Mainu. Using that infamous backside of his, the Scotland international. He protected that away from Mainu, but Villa unable to make anything from it. Gareth Southgate in attendance here at Villa Park this afternoon. There'll be plenty of interest for him on both sides. Young Jacob Ramsey and Ollie Watkins potential for Aston Villa. There's Douglas Luiz, he just gets shut out by Casemiro. Harry Maguire, Luke Shaw, Marcus Rashford, Manchester United, and the potential for Kobe Mainu. And Rashford's caught there by the retreating Kamara. It'll be a free kick to United. Mainu, who's represented England at under 17, 18 and 19, is eligible to play for Ghana if he wishes. Gareth Southgate has indicated that he wants to bring him on board for the Three Lions based on his form so far this season. I think that is a shrewd move by Gareth Southgate. We've got a set piece here for United. Luke Shaw to swing it in from the left, headed back towards goal by Varane. Martinez tried to get the ball from bouncing behind, but it'll be a corner to Manchester United. Last little touch came off a Villa player. There's Varane with the header, and it was, I think again, Diego Carlos with the block. Fourth corner here for Manchester United. 17 minutes gone on Flash Score UK. Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 0. Fernandes with the delivery. Deeper this time, again aimed at Maguire, and Højlund is there, and there's no flag this time against Rasmus Højlund, and it is 5 in 5 for the Danish international. His sensational streak at the start of 2024 continues. One of the easiest finishes of his Manchester United career. Plenty of credit must go to Maguire for that one. He won the set piece, and it dropped perfectly for Højlund on the edge of the 6-yard box, and he steered it home past Emiliano Martinez. And based on their strong start to things here at Villa Park, there can be few complaints. Manchester United have looked good. There's just a quick check there on the finish. No issue on first sighting for Rasmus Højlund. Towering header from Maguire at the far post. But Rasmus Højlund just kept his calm. Scored the winner against Villa at United back on Boxing Day. And he's got the ball rolling here at Villa Park. 1-0 Manchester United. Aston Villa get us back underway here. Alex Moreno looking to battle his way down the left-hand side. He's kept alive by Villa. Ramsey just checks in, trying to find a ball in field onto Boubacar Kamara. Villa well advanced here, deep inside the Manchester United half. Matty Cash onto Bailey on this near right-hand side for Aston Villa. Long ball just hoisted forward there in the direction of Bailey, but Luke Shaw will deal with that. It's a cute ball in field to try and find Varane, and Varane gets the call given against him. That'll be a throw in to Villa. It's Cash. Did well there to just keep hold of the ball, and Kamara will just tow it away from Højlund. Is Douglas Luiz. Nice clip ball down to the Aston Villa left for Alex Moreno. He'll get tracked there by Garnacho. Onto Ramsey on the edge of the box. Chance for Moreno to deliver. There's blocked behind for an Aston Villa corner. First one of the afternoon for the home side. Good link up there between Moreno and Ramsey. Villa now have a chance themselves to deliver one into the Manchester United box. 20 minutes gone. Rasmus Højlund with the breakthrough for Manchester United, who lead 1-0 here in Birmingham. Douglas Luiz with the delivery. Powerfully headed away there by Rafa Varane, but it will get picked up on halfway by Cash. Back to Martinez. It's Kamara again, just looking to settle Aston Villa down after that goal they've conceded. The host will want to get Ollie Watkins involved pretty soon. He's been well marshalled by Varane and Maguire so far, but he is the major outlet for Unai Emery, of course. 11 Premier League goals and 16 in all competitions. Manchester United have been a bogey team for him. Jacob Ramsey there just tiptoed past a couple of tackles and hammered one over the crossbar. Going back to Watkins, 7 Premier League games as an Aston Villa player against Manchester United. 0 goals for the Villa number 11. Jacob Ramsey, on the other hand, has been far more successful against Manchester United, scored in 2 successive Premier League home games against them. Wonder if that was part of the reason why Unai Emery has brought him in today. He's looked bright, but Villa yet to test Andre Onana. Shaw with the clearance up to halfway, but that's won back by Cash, and then Luiz gets there before Mainu. Now Kamara spotted the run of Moreno on the overlap, but he'll check back in field himself. McGinn, very congested just on the edge of the Manchester United box. Bailey will curl one. That's well wide of Onana's post. John McGinn just couldn't get it out of his feet in time to take the shot on himself. Bailey was always looking to curl that one in left-footed from the right-hand side, but it's not have the bend that it needed. Been positive signs though from Aston Villa after going behind. Quarter of the game gone here. They'd find themselves needing a response. Goal kick just helped on by Rashford, but Garnacho loses out to Longley. Moreno to Ollie Watkins on the halfway line. Rafa Varane seems to be taking man-marking duties for Watkins. Maguire dropping off. Here's Bailey, just dropping deep onto the halfway line to take possession from Matty Cash. That home goal statistic for Aston Villa will obviously give hope for the home team. They've scored in every home Premier League game this season, 30 in total here at Villa Park. And here's Watkins onto McGinn on the edge of the box. McGinn strikes one, and that is a superb stop from Andre Onana. Thunderbolt from John McGinn. No backlift from the Scotland star. Onana originally came to clear a long ball forward. It was worked back to McGinn on the edge of the box, tipped away from a corner, delivered in. Carlos and Longley just got in each other's way there as the second phase delivery from Douglas Luiz dropped in. Two chances in quick succession for Villa. Onana did very well initially to get there from the long ball forward. He did even better from the return. John McGinn just slips away from Casemiro, and he has rocketed that one. Two strong hands from Onana. Cameroon international springs into action when he's needed. Here come Villa again. Ramsey into McGinn again. That's a lovely ball around the corner. Watkins saved by Onana. Varane will complete the clearance. And there's a collision inside the box there between Onana and one of his defenders, but he was brave at the feet of Ollie Watkins. Aston Villa just cut through Manchester United there. Ball around the corner on the edge of the box by John McGinn. Watkins was in, but Onana threw himself at the Villa top goal scorer. And for the second time in 2 minutes, he keeps Manchester United in front. Great link up here between McGinn and Watkins. Far too much space in between the Manchester United defenders. Dalot just comes chasing back to try and challenge Watkins, and he catches Onana. Manchester United goalkeeper looks okay, he's back on his feet. Ollie Watkins just unable to get the strike away there before Onana was on top of him. The Manchester United physios will come on and just check on Andre Onana. Some of the Manchester United players just utilising this little break in play to get a drink, and Erik ten Hag issuing a few instructions to Rasmus Højlund and Marcus Rashford. Højlund is the man of the moment, not just today but in recent weeks for Manchester United. 5 goals in 5 Premier League starts. Difficult early weeks and months of his Manchester United career, now showing real signs of settling down. And he is the first choice pick to lead that Manchester United attack, of course. Anthony Martial sidelined until April after going for groin surgery. And the current noises around Manchester United suggest that he will not be at the club next season. Villa get us back underway. Andre Onana's back in goal for Manchester United. Moreno with the quick ball forward, and Villa into the box here with Ramsey. Just wide of the post from Jacob Ramsey. Manchester United caught cold once again. And the pace and the drive of Villa down that left-hand side with Moreno and Ramsey is causing major problems for Erik ten Hag's team. Good cut back there from Moreno, just spotted the run of Ramsey, bursting beyond him. There's United now in possession inside the Aston Villa half. Mainoo with the ball wide to Garnacho. Goes down. Referee says play on for the moment. Fernandes. Back with Varane. United just slowing things down a touch after that flurry of Aston Villa chances. Rafa Varane waiting to see if John McGinn or Ollie Watkins will come and press him, but Villa happy to drop off and let United have possession in the defensive areas. Has volleyed forward in the direction of Fernandes. He'll chase with Cash and lose out to Cash. Martinez to Longley. Barcelona low knee is currently in talks over a permanent move to Aston Villa. His loan deal expires at the end of the campaign, and the La Liga side are happy to let him go. He's found himself a regular spot here at Villa. Of course, there is the chance that he'll be playing Champions League football either in Birmingham or Barcelona. That's a foul on Casemiro by Cash, and Rob Jones is going to come across here and have a quick chat with the Polish international. Nothing more than a foul, says Rob Jones. It's a sore one that for Casemiro. It'll be Maguire to get Manchester United restarted from the free kick. So we tick over the half-hour mark here at Villa Park. Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 1 on Flash Score UK. Rasmus Højlund's 5th goal in 5 Premier League games. The current difference between the two teams. Here's Dalot looking to march forward from right back, tracked by Moreno. Fernandes recovers it, goes back to Dalot. Fernandes thought about the cross himself, but Dalot will whip that one in towards Højlund. He just couldn't get ahead of Diego Carlos. And Aston Villa will bring that clear. Watkins is shut down by Casemiro. But he's immediately back on his feet, Watkins. Close call there for Rasmus Højlund. He's inches away from getting on the end of that Dalot cross. Carlos just got his body in between man and ball to prevent that from happening. It's a good piece of defending from Dalot back on his own box. Villa keep possession. Luiz, Kamara. There's been no panic from Aston Villa after falling behind. They're supremely confident in their abilities here at Villa Park. They have caused problems for Manchester United. Andre Onana's been the main reason that the score is still 1-0 to Manchester United. It's a good win in midfield from Mainoo. Rashford. Rafa Varane thought about the switch from left to right. He goes for it now, onto Garnacho. He's trapped inside the box by Longley. Ball across for Højlund, just a bit too much on it. Cash will get there before Rashford. Real bite to some of these tackles as the tempo of the game starts to step up. Shaw now back onto Rashford. Just down the left-hand side of the Manchester United attack. It's frustrated again, and Bailey will look to go clear for Watkins. Onana with the clearance. Not one of his best, but he'll do the job. Sprinted off his line there, the Manchester United keeper. Be a throw into Villa. It certainly wasn't a clean connection from Onana. Cash will come forward to take this one midway inside the Manchester United half. Throws it infield to Douglas Luiz. It's a nice ball from Luiz onto the edge of the box to Watkins, but he's challenged by Maguire. Casemiro. Well, Villa win it back with Kamara. Now Bailey down the right for Villa, crosses that one deep into the box, but it'll drift over the top of Onana's goal. Just a half sight of goal there for Watkins, but Casemiro's quick to shut him down. Aston Villa just edging the possession stats so far, 65 to 35 in their favour. Two attempts on target, of course that big one from John McGinn. Whereas United that have managed to have the ball in the back of the net. Here's Luiz again. Sprays it out to the left to Ramsey. Back in field to Kamara. Such a stabilising force in Unai Emery's engine room. Kamara and Luiz. It's allowed John McGinn to play more advanced this season. It's been reflected in his goal tally, 6 Premier League goals. And here's Kamara himself looking to gain some ground. He gets away from Højlund. Runs back into Højlund on the edge of the box and he's pulled to the ground. Referee says no free kick. There's Højlund chasing back there to make the challenge. It looked like a foul initially, and United have players over here if they can break at pace. Rashford just slows things down the United left. Allows Villa to get back in and reset, but he's slipped that one into Højlund. He goes down now on the edge of the Villa box. And no free kick again. Possibility of Højlund being the fouler and the foul there in quick succession, but referee Rob Jones says no. Here's Cash for Villa. 10 minutes of the first half remaining. Villa just squeezed backwards by Bruno Fernandes. Not the most high intensity press from Fernandes, but enough to ensure that Villa have to go backwards. Martinez now pops that one over to Moreno. And Diego Carlos, and Kamara will stretch his legs through the middle of the pitch. He's got movement either side of him. Goes for Luiz. Moreno on the burst from left back. Slides that one into Ramsey inside the box, blocked off by Maguire. Good movement there from Jacob Ramsey just to get away from his marker. It's Maguire who got across and made the angle difficult for him. Dalla will pinch a foul there on the edge of his own box from Ramsey. Poor from the free kick by Dalla. Kamara gets there before Højlund. Now Watkins just drifting over onto the left to link up with Ramsey. Ramsey trying to force his way past Dalla. Finds its way to Watkins. Now Luiz. Bailey. Ball round the corner to McGinn. Just a bit too much on it. McGinn maybe caught on his heels slightly. I think he would have been offside if he'd managed to gather that one in. The Aston Villa number 7. He tried to pin Maguire, but he's well offside as the little touch around the corner came to him. Here's Shaw for United. He'll try and feed that one into the feet of Bruno Fernandes. Now Varane. Space here for United over on the right if they can get motoring. Dalla. Maguire. No real pressure on the ball for the United defence when Maguire and Varane are looking to build. That's a clear tactic from Unai Emery, and that's a foul on Cash as he gets away from Casemiro. And it's going to be a booking here for the Manchester United man. He immediately is protesting that he didn't actually make contact with Matty Cash. The referee is not interested in this a slight possibility this could be checked by VAR. It was a foul by Casemiro. Matty Cash just picking up a loose ball, bursting forward from right back. He goes down. Now, any contact here is minimal. Casemiro steps across him. Cash takes a tumble. And I think that is actually the wrong call from the referee, Rob Jones. Casemiro was late, but I'm not sure if there was any definitive contact made. Either way, it is a booking for Casemiro. United come again. Now Rashford steps away from Luiz on the edge of the box. Takes a run at Cash. Blocked. It almost bounced up there for Højlund, but Luiz will get it clear for Aston Villa. It's a foul by Varane on Watkins. Casemiro still very unhappy with that decision by the referee. Does have a bit of a case, the Brazilian midfielder. Could maybe say his intention was to foul Matty Cash, but he didn't quite get there in time to do so. Just a little over 5 minutes remaining of normal time here in the first half on Flashscore UK. Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 1. Rasmus Højlund's 5th goal in 5 Premier League games has the Red Devils in front. Zonana just looks to hammer that clearance downfield. It'd be a throw into Villa right on the halfway line. Quickly taken by Cash. Diego Carlos just directing proceedings in front of him. United midfielders have pushed a bit higher now. Mainu and Fernandes trying to engage more with Luiz and Boubacar Kamara. It's a nice ball forward from Kamara. Tries to aim that one in towards Watkins, but Onana will get there first. So now it's with Maguire into Mainu. Villa not overexerting themselves in these situations. They want to get their shape in the correct position when they're not in possession. Force Onana and Maguire into a pass that maybe they don't want to make. Here is Maguire, chooses the sensible option there into Casemiro's feet. Rashford loses out to Cash. Diego Carlos just clips that forward, and Maguire didn't look comfortable, concedes a throw in. Bailey to McGinn. McGinn loses out to Maguire. Defending there from Harry Maguire to just get a foot in from a loose touch by McGinn. Now Højlund bursting forward down the right hand side, comes in field and he's challenged by Douglas Luiz. That'll be a corner to United. This is their first corner since Rasmus Højlund turned in Harry Maguire's knockdown. Harry Maguire deep in conversation with Rob Jones ahead of this corner. He's not been happy with some of the pushing and shoving that's gone on inside the Aston Villa box. It's proven to be a real threat so far in this type of situation. Maguire drilled in this time by Fernandes. Again, it's Maguire with the win. Headed down and cleared away by Villa. That'll be pulled back for an offside call. So far so good from Manchester United. Coming into this on the back of an unbeaten streak of 5 in all competitions. They've got their spot in the FA Cup 5th round booked against Nottingham Forest later this month. Successive wins over Wolves and West Ham. Villa at home are always a threat. Here's Cash again. Carlos, a nice ball into the feet of Watkins. He lays that one wide for Jacob Ramsey. Rob Jones slightly got in Jacob Ramsey's way there as United try and go from back to front quickly, but Cash will get there first. huge throw-in from Emiliano Martinez to set Moreno away. Moreno keeps that in play, feeds it on to Luiz, but it's sat up for McGinn on the edge of the box. Port for McGinn. United can't get it clear. Bailey. Shaw gets there, and Onana will gather. Neither McGinn nor Bailey could get a shot off in that one. United had bodies back but couldn't really clear their lines. Eventually Shaw just shepherded it back to Andre Onana. Manchester United survive. So poor ball back to Onana from Maguire there, and he's forced to just clip it out for a throw-in. Miscommunication between defender and goalkeeper there. Fernandes wins it from the throw-in, but Villa win it back. Casemiro will look to step in and try and find Rashford. He loses out to Leon Bailey. It's a step over there from Bailey to get away from a couple of tackles. Does well here. Bailey has drawn a host of United players towards him. He goes down. There's a heavy challenge for Bruno Fernandes. Manchester United captain pleading his innocence here to the referee. Did seem to go in quite heavy on Leon Bailey, and the referee's just going to call him to the side of the pitch for a quick word. Great close control here from Bailey to step away from Casemiro and Rashford, and Fernandes was just a bit frustrated, and he rather dived in on Bailey. Free kick to Villa. John McGinn to take, right on the edge of the right-hand side, the left-hand side of the Manchester United penalty area. McGinn will take this left-footed. Just under a minute to go before the end of the first 45. Alex Moreno trying to do a blocking job on Andre Onana, and McGinn will go for goal. I think Onana's scooped that behind for a corner. John McGinn tried the cheeky effort at the near post. Thought Onana was too busy wrestling with Moreno. And that might have been bouncing just wide from John McGinn, but Onana made sure. Corner to Aston Villa. McGinn to take. Delivered deep there by McGinn. Headed up and over the crossbar. It'll be another corner to Aston Villa. Maguire with the last touch. Some defending for Manchester United to do here as we move into first half stoppage time. 4 minutes added on. And it'll be Luiz to take now over on the Villa left. Goes in for the near post, headed away by Casemiro. Cash will recover that for Villa. Goes back to his goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez, who's come all the way up to the halfway line. It's tossed forward towards Luiz, but it's well won by United. Mainu. Fernandes with the switch towards Rashford, but it's out of play for a Villa throw. Fernandes trying to spring the trap quickly there on Aston Villa. Rob Jones just giving Bruno Fernandes a warning there. I think he's giving him a ticking off over some time wasting. A little early for that from Bruno Fernandes, if it's the case. Martinez's clearance not the best for Villa. Eventually falls for Luiz. There's control in midfield from the Brazilian number 6. Longley able to just stride forward from defence for Aston Villa. Now switched over to this near right hand side for Cash. He looks to burst forward and feed in Bailey, but Maguire will get across and deal with that. Needs to get this cleared, Maguire. It's a poor one though, picked up by Cash. Cash is cut off there by Casemiro. McGinn loses out. McGinn wins it back. Over now to Moreno. Can he find a ball into the boxes? Battling away with Diogo Dalot. He's appealing for a penalty initially. The referee says no. It looked like a fair tussle between the two players. Dallo did have a hand on Moreno, but I don't think it's enough for a penalty shout. Two minutes of the additional 4 still to play. As it stands, Manchester United will be heading in at the break, 1-0 in front. Long ball falls kindly for Mainu. He'll go for the volleyed switch over to Marcus Rashford. Rashford now looking to stand up Matty Cash on the edge of the Aston Villa box. Finds Fernandes. Challenged by Luiz. And Rashford looking to come inside. Thought about shaping for the shot, but he goes across to Dallo. Garnacho. Dallo on the break. Moreno forced into a tackle. It's a corner to Manchester United. All eyes on Harry Maguire once again. Fernandes to deliver this one. It's waved away Garnacho for the short corner option. Now he's called him back. It's Mainu instead. Back to Fernandes. United just looking to eat up a few seconds before the break here. Mainu with the ball across. It's cut out. Villa do have a chance to break here. Mainu pulls back John McGinn. Might be a booking for the teenage midfielder. Deliberate foul on John McGinn there. He knew what he was doing. Both of Manchester United's midfielders find themselves in the referee's notebook. Casemiro for that foul on Cash. A great deal of contact from Mainu on McGinn, but he's deliberately stopped him from getting away. Villa might have a few seconds here just to potentially make something happen. I think in the middle of all that, Clement Longley was also cautioned for complaining to the referee.
Time to beat West Ham. We all knew it. We all had it in our tummies, and we knew that it's going to be a really tough match, and we had to do certain things, especially in both boxes, better than we did in the previous match, and we certainly did today.
Okay, Kai.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm not surprised the way they train every single day. But it's true, we are missing some big players for us and some big starters. But at the end, players need possibilities and chances to judge them. And certainly today we can judge them and realize how good they are. That his age, the position and consistency, normally they don't go in the same line. And he's proving everybody wrong, you know, that he can do it. What he's done today as well, I had doubts whether he was going to take it or not because of what happened, but it shows you as well how mature he is and as well how determined he is to go to the next level. That we want to learn, that we want to be better every single week, and that we are not satisfied. And after the Liverpool game, we have to show now that we have the capacity to replicate that level or be better, and that was the way the boys trained whole week. Hi. Well, I'm really happy with him because I know that is a very emotional and a special day for him because he loves West Ham so much. And today he had to focus on the task and what he had to deliver. Set piece were one of those because when we have certain players on the field, he can thread from the outside the box probably more than he does inside the box. And then I was really pleased to see the class of the crowd as well to give him the reception that I think he deserves. Yeah, we try. That's obviously the opponent plays as well. We certainly want to do that and playing in the opponent's box as much as possible. And you're going to provoke that normally. And today we have managed to do that very well.
James from CBS.
Yeah, something very different, and the way I had the game in my head and the spaces and the behaviors that they have, how we could hurt them the most. I thought it was Leo with Kai in those positions, and then something else is the execution, and credit to them because they've done really, really well.
Gary,
Well, that's up to him to say. What I smell is a team that wants to be better and better. The way they train this week, they are totally focused the day after Liverpool to say, okay, now is a big task and now it's time to go another level and beat West Ham, and they certainly done that today.
John from Mirror?
It really feels like a statement victory now, doesn't it? Because you backed up last week, which felt like it had been a significant win, and then you put a statement down for the title. It must give you great confidence in the players.
Yes, obviously we are maintaining and building some momentum now, and the performances they've been really strong as well as results in recent weeks, and we need to maintain that because the other teams are doing it as well. We are not the only ones, and we need to recognise that. And now on to Burnley.
Do you feel that within the group that they're really kind of pushing out because you need to back it up?
Yes, because we know the standards and the level that we are facing, and we're going to be at this level if we want to have any chance to be successful.
James from ESPN.
Hi. Yeah, there is something that we knew or we could imagine. Depends as well who plays in the team, how much height and presence and physicality we have inside the box to make the right decision. But he certainly has the delivery. He used to do it here at West Ham as well. He's done it in the national team, and it's another thing that we can add to his game.
Okay, we'll do the last couple now. James from here.
Hi, thank you. No, I thought that it was time as well because he's played so many minutes to give him a rest and as well an opportunity to somebody else to step in. Yeah, he had an ego when he came with the national team, and it was not the moment to risk him after how many minutes he's played. There is something that you have to learn when you're in a team, that is the trust of your teammates. And I had two things. One, the players on the bench whispering, bring Ethan in, which is a great thing to hear. And the other one, when your teammates want to give you the ball all the time. If they do that, it's because they really trust you, and you can only have to see how many times he was involved in that. So great sign.
Okay, thanks everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, they were brilliant, honestly. From second one, they took control of the game. The front four was so rotational. It allowed time on the ball for Arsenal. You know, nobody got time on the ball for West Ham. They were closed. There was no runners off it. But because of the movement, the front four of Arsenal, there was always people in space to receive the ball, take the time, and some of the passing moves were just sensational. And he capped off by Declan Rice's brilliant 25 bending shot. You know, it's a fantastic finish, but there's 5 others in there that West Ham have conceded. They're going to be very disappointed, West Ham, especially with some of the set pieces they've conceded. But really and truly, Arsenal looked a class above today.
How bad for West Ham, though, Dean?
It's the worst home defeat since 1963, so it's pretty bad. But I think sometimes you have to hold your hands up. It doesn't matter whether you're 8th or 18th in the league. You have to hold your hands up and say, if you're up against the absolute top level, and Arsenal are that at the moment, and you're not as good, you have to A, work incredibly hard, defend incredibly well, get a bit of luck, and they didn't really have all of that, and they were at their absolute best as well, Arsenal. So this can happen. It can against the absolute best. I don't think David Moyes is going to absolutely hammer his players, because they're not the type of group to not normally put it in, and they still tried to keep it going in that second half when the fans had left, and a few players had put in a few, not very nice tackles in trying to sort of lift the team. It's one of those things you have to accept. If you said to West Ham fans at the start of the season you'd play Arsenal 3 times and you'd win twice, they would take it. Of course they would. It's just, this feels horrible and looks horrible.
Yeah, that win against Arsenal, last win for West Ham, 7 without a win. What about the goal difference in terms of Mikel Arteta and Arsenal, Gareth? They're now plus 31 with Manchester City. City stays second, virtue of goals scored. They also just won off Liverpool's plus 32. Is it big today, potentially?
It's a big statement, without a shadow of a doubt. That goal difference, even though we're not at the end of the season, people would have still been looking at that saying, they're just out of it on the goals scored or the goal difference. Now, game on now. These top 3 teams, and we're just speaking in the break there about who's got who. I think Arsenal, Liverpool done now with fixtures, but City have got to go to Anfield. I think Arsenal have got to go to City. Is it so? There's twists and turns all through, right up until the end of the season. It's a fantastic Premier League. One of the best we've seen, one of the closest we've seen for a while. But the goal difference can't be underestimated now, because at the end of the season, that may count.
What did you make of Declan Rice against his former club, Dean?
It was an easy game for him. He didn't have Paquetá to contend with, who would have been in that zone. So he could just mop up pretty easily today. His goal was magnificent, and I'm sure he'd want to score more of those type of goals if he can be given the freedom to get closer to the edge of the box. And he showed respect in the way that he didn't celebrate the goal. He's just a top quality player.
I think anyone would want to score more of those goals. That was fantastic. What a strike that is. Yeah.
We saw the table come up there, the Premier League table. How do you see the title race? Liverpool 2 points clear, but Manchester City have a game in hand. Dean, do we consider Arsenal, because a lot of people almost poo-pooing the result against Liverpool last weekend, are they real, alive challengers now? Yeah.
It's just who's going to make the fewest mistakes. It's as simple as that. And then if both Liverpool and Arsenal can not make those mistakes, then, as Gaz said there, those games against Manchester City in March is going to be crucial, because that's the one thing I'd say about City, and they're on this run at the moment, is they're not going to drop many points. They're not. You can see them dropping maybe 1, 2.
Well, could Arsenal beat them away? Could you see that happening? They've beaten.
Yes, of course. Yeah, they're more than capable, of course. And if Manchester City have got to go to Anfield, that's arguably the toughest place to go in the league.
Next 6 for Arsenal here. Got Burnley coming up in the Premier League away from home. Porto's the Champions League, and then Newcastle, Sheffield United, Brentford in the Premier League. Is that a good opportunity to get some momentum up?
Yeah, but you cannot not turn up for any game. You cannot just think something's easy just because we had the Luton scenario earlier, that they'd been putting everything in, the top boys, they come, and then Sheffield United suddenly outdo them. You cannot have any complacency now, and that's what makes a champion. That's what makes the winners of the Premier League. It's complacency, it's mistakes. They've done enough to win it. They're always going to do enough to win it. It's those mistakes, maybe against a lower league side, a lower position side, that you wouldn't expect a draw here or there. You can't let these happen now, and that's going to be really important to who wins the title.
Just getting a stat in from Opta, it was Arsenal's biggest away league win since December 1935. Do you feel that they believe they can win it significantly, Dean, after what happened last season?
Yes, I think that Liverpool result was big, and you could see by the reaction how it felt and what it meant. And you know, it's I think for Arsenal in particular, after what happened last season, it is about, I think they can turn up and beat any side, the top sides. I'm talking about Manchester City and Liverpool. It's sometimes that lack of concentration, maybe not taking their chances against some of the lesser sides, and then being caught and dropping points. That's what they've got to come up against, is that complacency. I think injuries are going to play a big part now. You know, can everybody stay fit? Your top players in the big games that you need, can they keep these players fit? That's going to be crucial with all the games that they've got to play.
This is serious, though. This is West Ham. Look at those teams there, with all due respect. We know Nottingham Forest, West Brom, obviously a championship team in the EFL Cup. That's a big win, isn't it, that for Arteta in terms of his standing? A David Moyes West Ham side that was a cup winner last season and could have gone sixth today.
Yeah, huge win. And let's not forget, West Ham are not a poor side in the Premier League. That, like you say, they could have gone sixth today. It's emphatic. It really is. Away from home, they've clicked. They've really clicked. And as Dean says there, the only question mark would be an injury over a forward player, especially. Have they got enough depth to replace that in those areas? Man City have obviously got their best players back now through injury, but they could pick up something. There's going to be twists and turns the whole way, but it's a huge win today and a huge statement. You believe me, the City players, the Liverpool players will know all about this result today and be watching this and thinking, wow, Arsenal are decent challengers this season.
Dean, we spoke before the game, as a former West Ham player yourself, about what a good 6-8 months it's been overall for West Ham, but how everyone wasn't enamoured with David Moyes. Where does that result leave his future, do you feel, with the contract unsigned?
Look, if you're not a fan of David Moyes, then that's a game today you can go, well, here, I told you, this is what we're like. And those that have left are probably in that camp that feel that David Moyes has had his time now and he's won as a trophy, but it's not the style we enjoy watching. You know, they effectively let the opposition have 60% of the possession, whether that's Arsenal, whether that's Bournemouth. That is, and David Moyes won't change. That's the way he likes to play. It's the way he sees the game. It's the way he sees the players that he's got. But it does show and it's surprised me slightly that without Paquetá, they're looking an average team going forward. He is obviously that crucial. With him hopefully to come back and Antonio as well from injury, David Moyes needs that. He needs those players back.
I'd say the big thing for me now is the reaction after this game. You know, David Moyes can hold his head up high no matter what at West Ham after this season. You know, he's won a trophy last season for them, first one for years, many a year. But how will he get over this now? As a manager, you get days like this. You have days like this. I think he's telling David Moyes how to manage, but next week's so important. Get back on the horse. I think it's Notts Forest.
Yep.
Concentrate on that more than trying to pick the bones out a sensational team that tore you apart. That happens sometimes. Get on the next one now and see what happens. But as Dean says, he's got his knockers. David Moyes, you know what you're going to get. But big fan. Played with him, so I'm going to say that. But I think.
Lindelof it was eventually. Played it across the 6-yard box. Watkins stuck out a leg, steered it goalwards. And Onana with the stop. Incidentally, Lindelof has gone to left back. Diogo Dalot has stayed at right back. So it is a like-for-like replacement with Luke Shaw. Huge chance for Ollie Watkins there. Villa keep it alive from the corner. Here's Cash. Kamara. Inches away from a 12th Premier League goal there, Ollie Watkins. Had a good chance in the first half. He had an even better one at the start of the second. Villa come again down the left with Moreno. Infield to Kamara. He's well advanced inside the Manchester United half. All 21 of the 22 players inside the United 45. So no Emiliano Martinez, who's back in the Aston Villa half. It's Cash, switches that one over to the opposite flank for Moreno, but it's won by Dalot, picked up now by Ramsey on the edge of the box. Højlund with the foot in. Bailey couldn't make anything of the loose ball. Fernandes will bring it away for United. Plenty of positive early signs from Aston Villa as Casemiro tries to curl that one forward, and Garnacho's in here. Big chance for United. Garnacho. Longley got back. He tried to take too many touches. Flag is up eventually. Garnacho was away there. Tried to just step inside Longley. Experienced French international got back to deny him, but it's a moot point in the end because Garnacho had just strayed offside from Casemiro's pass. End-to-end stuff here in the first 5 minutes of the second half. But the score remains the same. Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 1. Rasmus Højlund 5 in 5 in the Premier League. He's given the advantage to United. Here's Rashford, nice little bit of skill to step away from Luiz through the middle. Now Garnacho switching over to the right. Spots the run of Dalot beyond him to the dead ball line. Dalot stops and delays the ball back to Mainu. Garnacho again trying to wriggle away down the right. He's won a corner there, Garnacho. The first set piece of the second half for Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes to take. It was Harry Maguire's knockdown that Rasmus Højlund converted in the first 45. The referee again just stepping in to warn players against shirt pulling and deliberate blocking. Fernandes goes deep with the corner, cleared away by Cash. Maguire's appealing for a foul in there. I think he's appealing for a handball. The referee says nothing for now. The switch comes back over towards Fernandes here on the right. He just about gets away, but Villa will clear. Watkins' touch was loose. We're not hearing as yet that is going to be checked. And if we receive word otherwise, or a replay, it could be a decision here for Rob Jones, but for the moment, nothing. Here's Mainu. Tries to clip that one down the middle in the direction of Rashford, but it was sharply taken by Martinez. A dummy run by Rashford. It was Fernandes coming in behind. Here's Longley for Villa. Moreno plays it up to the feet of Watkins, who try and battle away there with Varane, but the ball back to Moreno was poor, and Garnacho will step in. Casemiro switches over to the left for Manchester United now with Rashford. Lindelof. It's good pressure there from Leon Bailey to force Rashford backwards. No sign of any immediate changes from Aston Villa. Start the second half. That ball over the top. Intended for Højlund, but Martinez gets there first. Maguire beats McGinn to the header. Villa win it back on halfway though. There's Luiz. As I mentioned in the first half, if Manchester United were to shut Villa out, they would be the first team to do so here at the Premier League, in the Premier League all season. Watkins with the layoff inside the United box, picked up by Ramsey. Watkins left that for Bailey, but he's going to have to turn on the burners to get there before Lindelof. He does that. Cash looking to edge forward to help out. Just tries to pop that in between the lines for John McGinn, but it's Casemiro who clears up. Mainu. Nice touch forward there to Marcus Rashford. United struggling to get out. They're penned in their own left-back spot there, and Højlund is challenged by Diego Carlos. Villa come again. Nice ball through the lines into Watkins. Can he get away from Varane? Wins the corner. Ollie Watkins. Good play there from Varane just to ease Watkins off the ball, but he did have the final touch on it, Rafael Varane. 10 minutes into the second half here at Villa Park, still 1-0 to Manchester United. Big chance of the second period falling to Ollie Watkins, but it was a magnificent stop from Andre Onana. McGinn hangs that corner into the back post. It's headed on and wide by Victor Lindelof. Bit of a wrestling match going on there between Lindelof and it was Diego Carlos, but eventually another corner for Aston Villa. I don't think Lindelof knew too much about that, but he got the job done. Luiz will take this one. Right footed from the Villa left. Onana gathers it on the second attempt. Thought about the quick clearance, but he's been advised not to by Maguire. United now just looking to get their foot on the ball for the first time in the second half. Maguire, Varane, Casemiro. Eventually, ball forwards cut out by Villa, and Martinez will get the home side back on the ball. Nice footwork there from Kamara to get away from Casemiro, but the ball bounces kindly for McGinn. Now Watkins turns away from Varane on the edge of the box, feeds it to the left to Moreno. Just a mass of United bodies back there trying to frustrate. Eventually Villa just carousel it over to the right hand side. Bailey will get a run at Lindelof here, on into the box. Bailey blocked off and blocked behind for a Villa corner. Another chance here for Aston Villa. Be McGinn back on duty from the right hand side. Headed away at the near post by Casemiro. Villa will come again. Now Cash over on the left hand side. Comes inside, fires that right footer, but it's blocked by Casemiro. Mainu completes the clearance up to Garnacho on halfway. United have to be resilient here. They know that Villa were always going to come out all guns blazing. Garnacho just wants to curl that one over to the left to Rashford, but it's Bailey who gets there first, and Martinez has sold him a little short with the return ball, but it's dealt with eventually. And then Martinez out of play. Frustrated figure of Unai Emery on the touchline. Interesting to see what his first call is in terms of substitutions. Just a one change for United at the break. Luke Shaw withdrawn with an injury and Victor Lindelof replacing him. Here is Lindelof with the throw onto Højlund on the edge of the box. Mainu back to Lindelof, now Rashford again. A little bit of space to run at Matty Cash on the edge of the box. Rashford sits Cash down. Rashford tried to square that one across. Carlos with the block. John McGinn will scrap away with Casemiro there. Loses out. Lindelof, Mainu down the left. And Mainu find the ball across to Rashford. It's blocked by Kamara. That'll spin behind for a Manchester United corner. Emiliano Martinez just organising his defence as he prepares to deal with this one. Højlund and Maguire right in on top of him. It's Bruno Fernandes to take from the Manchester United left. Just goes short to the edge of the box. Rashford back to Mainu. Mainu will curl that one in, but it's Carlos who heads away. Dalot clips it back over to Fernandes over on that left-hand side. Fernandes will go again, but it's Kamara with the block. Now McGinn feeds that away to Bailey, and Bailey's away here. He's the only Aston Villa player inside the half, and he needs some support. He's kept it alive. Feeds it through into Douglas Luiz. And Jacob Ramsey eventually broke onto the touch from Luiz. He just couldn't gather it in. Brilliant stuff from Leon Bailey there. He had nothing in terms of backup from his Villa players, Villa teammates for a moment or two. Waited, delayed the pass. Ramsey unable to find the finish. Tick on to the hour mark here. Really fascinating encounter at Villa Park. In a game that could have a big impact on the race for top four this season. A little break in play here as Matty Cash has skied down Marcus Rashford, and it's a booking for Cash and a free kick for United. Over on that left-hand side, about 5 yards outside the box. We're crossing position here for United. Just taking a quick look at the live standings. Manchester United will stay in 6th if they can win tonight, but they'll close the gap to 5th place Villa to 5 points. Fernandes with the delivery. Deep into the box. Maguire almost there. Don't think he was expecting that, the Manchester United number 5. Probably just a little bit too far in front of him to stretch for. A half chance for United is McGinn. Nice layoff on halfway to Boubacar Kamara. Just waiting for the run of Bailey to burst past Lindelof, but United get back, squares it for Ramsey. Diogo Dalot, right place, right time. It's a scuffed effort from Ramsey, just to the side of the penalty spot, and Dalot got himself back in position next to Andre Onana to make the block. Ramsey, of course, who scored in successive Premier League home games against Manchester United. He's had a few sights of goal this afternoon. That was probably the clearest so far, but credit to Diogo Dalot, stuck to his task. As Fernandes leading the charge for United down the other end, but Rashford is stopped in his tracks by Cash. Kamara, now Ramsey. Fed out to the Aston Villa left for Ollie Watkins, who's drifted over here to try and get a little bit more involved. It's been a frustrating game so far for Villa's main man. 11 Premier League goals this season. He's had 2 opportunities either side of the break. Forced a great save from Andre Onana. John McGinn's also tested the United keeper. Villa back in possession now with Longley. Tried to feed that one inside Garnacho for the run of Moreno, but United winger gets back and does his bit. Casemiro with the flick to get Højlund away on halfway. Douglas Luiz is playing catch-up here. If he can find the ball onto Garnacho inside the box. Cut back by Garnacho for Fernandes. Lashed over the top by the Manchester United captain. The flag was up already for an offside, and there's an injury concern also here for Aston Villa. Boubacar Kamara is down. I think he was caught in the build-up to that attack. Referee Rob Jones just calling a halt to proceedings for a moment. Kamara's just getting the once-over from the Aston Villa medical team. Being shown a replay of that Jacob Ramsey chance. He did really well to get a clean contact on it. Looked like a scuffed one initially, but he's done his best. He's kind of slightly ahead of the pass. But Dalot was there. Kamara back on his feet for Villa. It's a really important phase of the game here now. 25 minutes of normal time remaining. And Aston Villa, whose form has dipped just a little recently. One win in 5 in all competitions. Knocked out of the FA Cup by Chelsea in midweek, of course. Lost here at home to Newcastle at the end of January. .5-0 hammering of Sheffield United away from home last weekend did blow off some of the cobwebs, but home form is the key, and there is going to be a change here. Kamara's afternoon is brought to a conclusion. It's going to be Moussa Diaby who comes on a attack-focused substitution by Unai Emery. There's a concern here for Kamara, as we've just been shown a replay of why he came off. Tried to just get in front of Casemiro to win the ball in midfield and jarred his knee. But he has walked off the pitch. As Villa get back started, here is Diaby with his first touch. Tries to take on Casemiro, but he has it snatched away from him on the edge of the box. Might see a little tactical shuffle from Unai Emery with that change. John McGinn dropping into a deeper role. Diaby, Ramsey and Bailey looking to support Watkins. Here's Diaby again, on into the United box, cuts it back. It's cleared away by Diogo Dalot. Bruno Fernandes helping out too. It's a corner for Villa. Taken short by Diaby. Back with Diaby now again. He's been busy since he came on. Fired in. Blocked by Fernandes. That'll be another corner to Villa. Moussa Diaby certainly got himself involved since he's come on. Corner taken deep. It's recycled back into the box. Flick goal was by Longley, kept out by Onana. Fizz back in, and it's a goal. Douglas Luiz for Aston Villa with the equaliser. His first goal of 2024, and it has been coming for Aston Villa. Manchester United had 3 opportunities to clear the corner. It pinballed around inside the 6-yard box. Longley denied by Onana. But Douglas Luiz on the spin, left-footed, from just a few yards out, has fired Aston Villa level. Corner initially helped back into the box by Moreno. Longley swung a leg at it, saved by Onana. Put back in. And Douglas Luiz is there. His 7th Premier League goal of the season. And Aston Villa are back on level terms. Nice ball back into the box by Leon Bailey. Kept his cool, didn't just slash it back into the Manchester United area. Looked for Douglas Luiz. And with just over 20 minutes to go, we have a game on. Little shake and a shuffle celebration from Douglas Luiz there. Aston Villa's 31st Premier League goal scored here at Villa Park. That puts them outright number 2, ahead of Manchester City and 2 behind Arsenal. And if they were to come back here today, that'd be a 10th Premier League win of the season, and will put them level on home form with Mikel Arteta's team. Given away by United. Here's Bailey, looking to stretch his legs down the Villa right. Steps inside Garnacho. Bailey again. Finds Diaby. The United players appealing for offside against Diaby, but no flag. Cash does well to get there before Marcus Rashford. Now Diaby goes back for Villa. Diego Carlos. Pendulum has swung quite significantly here. Manchester United definitely still in the contest, but Aston Villa have their tails up. Fizzed in by McGinn, trying to find the run of Diaby, but it's good defending there by Victor Lindelof just to shut him out. McGinn in on Fernandes. United win it back. McGinn again on Fernandes with the sliding tackle. Referee says no foul. Fernandes goes down. Back up Fernandes, trying to tussle with Luiz. Gets a foot in there, but Onana will race across to prevent the corner. As an example of how the live table picture can change, in the event of a draw, Aston Villa will go 4th, above Tottenham on goal difference, and they'll be 8 points clear of Manchester United. A win for Unai Emery would be a 10-point gap between Manchester United and a confirmed Champions League qualification spot. Villa again, it's a good tackle from Maguire to win possession from Diaby, and Garnacho will break away over halfway now. He's got Rashford racing away outside him on the left, and he comes inside Garnacho. Just past the post from Garnacho. Carried that a hell of a long way, the Manchester United winger. Just inside the Villa half, he gave Matty Cash a decision to make. Did he go with him? Did he stay with Rashford? Cash rather did neither. Carlos came across to make the tackle. Martinez plunging down to his left-hand side. He was 50-50 whether he was going to get there or not. It's going to be a goal kick to Villa. Referee just having a quick word there with Martinez over the time he was taking for the goal kick. We've had a foul for off-the-ball descent. Moussa Diaby in the book for Villa. Here's the home side back in possession. Diego Carlos. Nice ball through the United midfield to find Ramsey. Steers that one on down the left for Moreno, who's burst forward again, but it's cleared away by Varane. Ramsey beats Garnacho. Now McGinn, dead centre, at 25 yards from goal. It's crowded out to the left to Ramsey. Now Moreno, chance to cross in, headed away by Varane, but it fizzes over to that far right hand side, and Bailey will get there before Lindelof. It's all Aston Villa since that equaliser. Can they fashion an opportunity to take the lead? Diaby on into the box, cuts it back for Ramsey, left for Luiz, chance here for Douglas Luiz, blocked by Varane. Maybe just had a second too long to think about that one, Douglas Luiz. Great little dummy to set it up for him. Good defending from Varane to block him off, and Mainu buys a free kick there. Moreno tried to trick his way into the box, and he caught Mainu as the clearance was made. You do get the sense this could be a huge 15 minutes in Manchester United's season. If they can get back into it, they keep themselves in the top 4 race. If they were to lose out, Erik ten Hag would find himself facing the possibility of no top 4 finish. Another change here for Aston Villa. Leon Bailey's withdrawn for Yuri Tielemans. Scott McTominay is on for Manchester United. Marcus Rashford withdrawn. Both Emre and Ten Hag looking to add some legs and energy to their midfield for the final throws of this one. Great header there from Diego Carlos, just towers above Rasmus Højlund. The referee just stops play as Højlund goes down. There was nothing wrong with the challenge from Carlos, but Højlund did take a bit of a whack. There is the option to just roll the dice a bit more from both Emre and Ten Hag based on the substitute options. Ahmed Diallo and Anthony both still in reserve for Ten Hag. Zainolo and Morgan Rogers for Emre. As Garnacho's chased back into his own half there, and Maguire's ball forward cut out by Watkins.
Possession back. Villa just the shot at Villa. Mainu frees himself up to receive the throw. Hasn't been spotted by Victor Lindelof. Throws it into a difficult area, and Villa step in and win the ball back. Mainu looking to win this in midfield, does well for Manchester United, finds it out to Diogo Dalot. And now United can get into the Villa half. Dalot down the outside, lovely run from the Portuguese, and he gets the cross into deep one towards the back post. Garnacho brings it down, has the shot, ricochets against the defender, brought down by Mainu. Casemiro with the right-footed drive, but it is wayward from the Brazilian.
Well, I thought for a moment there that Garnacho was going to be the match winner. Ball into the box from Dalot, right to his feet. Well blocked by the Villa defender.
15 minutes to go. Plus stoppages. Manchester United level at Aston Villa, one apiece. Rasmus Højlund's first half strike levelled off by Douglas Luiz. Villa down the right. Diaby gets the cross in, turned away by Diogo Dalot. Lifted back in, Diogo Dalot turns it away only as far as Douglas Luiz again, whose shot is a weak one, and it allows Andre Onana to go down in stages almost to his left-hand side to collect it.
Well, it's a wonderful chance for Villa to win this game. Poor contact from Douglas Luiz.
Just a little slow to react, Manchester United's back four. Raphael Varane just a little guilty of ball watching, but he is in possession now. Back it goes from Dalot to Onana. Onana square to Harry Maguire. Maguire just 5 or 6 yards outside his own 18-yard box, just creeping forward. Square ball to Raphael Varane. Varane goes back to Maguire. Maguire on the edge of the D of his own penalty area. Mainu, Maguire. Manchester United just struggling to find any space at the minute to play this ball. So back it goes to Varane, and now back to Andre Onana. Mainu finds Varane. Varane. Cruyff turn back to Andre Onana. United just not able to make any ground at all, Lou Macari.
Yeah, I'm not so sure though, Liam, that's the intention, to make ground quickly, because they've been under a lot of pressure, and let's be honest, that last chance there for Aston Villa normally would have been in the back of the net. Quite an easy chance for Douglas Luiz.
Victor Lindelof overplays that ball all the way across his 18-yard box. It's out of play and it's an Aston Villa throw, and that's possession conceded high up the field for Manchester United. Moreno waiting to take the throw. Gets it in. McGinn looks to get the cross away. Does brilliantly, McGinn. Moreno into the penalty area. One way, then the other. It's going to be dealt with by a combination of Casemiro and Onana, but Manchester United are living dangerously, Lou Macari.
Well, they are, and I'm just wondering whether the manager would even consider swapping the fullbacks. Dalot going over to the other side of the pitch, where Villa seem to get into our box quite easily from the right-hand side of the pitch.
McTominay finds Dalot. Dalot has got Bruno Fernandes overlapping on the right-hand side. Fernandes gets an early cross into the penalty area, but it takes a wicked deflection on the way through, and it means that Aston Villa can bring the ball away. Tackle from Mainu, falls directly to McGinn. McGinn is going to slide this down the right-hand side to Diaby. Diaby into the penalty area, looks to get his shot away, sends it well wide, but Manchester United masters of their own downfall again. So many players committed high up the field, and then all of a sudden a lightning quick break from Aston Villa has to be defended wide.
Yeah, and we're lucky it's one of the players that's just come on, Diaby, who's smashed the ball wide of the target. Once again, down the right. Well, we're opened up down the right quite easily.
Fernandes finds Maguire. Maguire striding towards halfway. Still going here, Harry Maguire. Then clips it out to the left to find Garnacho. Garnacho runs infield. It's a wicked hard pass to Bruno Fernandes. Does very well to bring it under control. Sends it out to Lindelof. Lindelof finds Casemiro. Casemiro back to Maguire. Maguire finds Casemiro again. Casemiro wants to lift that forwards. Can't do so straight away. So short pass to Garnacho. And then back to Maguire inside the Villa half. Playing down the Villa right-hand side. The Manchester United left as they go left to right. Varane can't find an easy pass, so has to twirl away from a couple of challenges. Maguire on the centre spot finds Casemiro. Casemiro finds Lindelof. Lindelof back to Casemiro. Casemiro needs a run. Can't find a runner. Has to come back to Lindelof. And now Maguire. Mainu comes short, collects. Gives this to Harry Maguire. 10 minutes to go, plus stoppages. McTominay to Mainu. Sorry, Højlund to Mainu. Maguire. Mainu again. Looking to get this away, Kobbie Mainu. Can't find the pass, so back it goes to Andre Onana. Varane under a little bit of pressure, but gets the pass away to Lindelof. Dalot. Bruno Fernandes. And then Scott McTominay lays it off to Bruno Fernandes. First time ball to Alejandro Garnacho. Garnacho bearing down on the penalty area. Still going, Garnacho gets his shot away. He's got Højlund to his right. He's got McTominay to his left. He's taken the shot on. It's straight to Emi Martinez.
Oh, that's 3 wrong decisions the kids made, Liam, in the second half. Great run it is. Goes past about 4 Villa defenders, and then the shot's so easy for the goalkeeper to save.
There's no easy option for him there. Pass to the left was very difficult. Pass to the right would have taken a bit of finesse. The shot was on, but if you are going to take the shot on, you've got to make sure you make a clean connection. United, those opportunities are going to be few and far between, you feel, between now and the end of the game, because Aston Villa have been so good. Harry Maguire and John McGinn wrestling with one another. Maguire concedes the free kick. Villa absolutely furious. McGinn playing up to the crowd. Harry Maguire, the pantomime villain.
He's always the pantomime villain, isn't he?
Yeah, unfairly, the majority of time. Villa in possession inside their own half. Super John McGinn rings around Villa Park. Ramsey comes back to Carlos. Diego Carlos Rolling the ball underneath his foot into halfway. Cleared away by Harry Maguire after the ball was played forward towards Watkins. Headed clear by Longley. Watkins up against Varane. Varane does just enough to put Watkins off. Oh, and then Varane gets the ball caught underneath his feet, has to fight hard for this. He's then pulled back by Diaby. Referee says that is a foul on the Manchester United centre-half. Free kick, Manchester United just inside their own half.
Well, the Villa manager's going crazy. He was obviously saying, don't foul him, Diaby. What does Diaby do? Fouls him.
Unai Emery is demonstrative inside the technical area. Shouting and screaming and pointing and gesticulating. Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 1. Erik ten Hag in the other technical area cuts a very different picture. McTominay looking to get on the end of that. Martinez has to launch it clear. Well, I think Scott McTominay has done just enough there to make life very difficult. Lindelof receives the throw from Garnacho, goes back to Harry Maguire. Lindelof goes back to Andre Onana. Maguire takes a touch, shrugs off McGinn. Lindelof finds Casemiro. Casemiro fires a right-footed pass, it's delicious, into the feet of Dalot. Dalot into the penalty area. What can he do from here? Diogo Dalot looking to squeeze all the way through, manages to win his side a corner. But the pass from Casemiro was inch perfect to the feet of Diogo Dalot. In fact, it's trickled out of play for a throw-in rather than going for the corner that I thought it was going to. Bruno Fernandes sends this back to Maguire at the tip of the centre circle. Short right-footed pass to Raphael Varane. Varane lifts one down the right-hand side to Mainu. Mainu towards the corner flag. Cross comes in. Dangerous ball! United are in front! Absolutely sensational! And come the big moment! Come the big game player! Scott McTominay again for Manchester United! Not home from close range. United lead 2-1, 4.5 to go.
Well, many times has he done that this season. Come on, got the winner. Great header it was as well. You wouldn't want anybody else in that position better than Scott McTominay. Arrives late, bullet header into the back of the net. Has he won it for us?
Absolutely unbelievable. Just look at this from Scott McTominay. The ball forward from Raphael Varane finds Mainu. Mainu finds himself a bit of space. Dalot whips a first-time ball into the penalty area, and McTominay just ghosts between two markers. Bit of strength to hold somebody off, and just nods home from close range. It's fantastic from the Scotsman. It really is. Scott McTominay, take a bow.
It's a brilliant goal. Gets in front of his defender, bullet header. Past the Villa goalkeeper into the back of the net.
Well, it has been all Aston Villa in this second half. Manchester United have ridden their luck. They've defended well at times. Villa have been wasteful at times. But I tell you what, the away end goes absolutely mad. And Manchester United are in front with less than 5 minutes to play.
Oh, God. It's been a long 41 minutes we've watched up to now.
McGinn off the field, replaced by Luca Digne. Back from injury, Luca Digne. Also onto the pitch is Nicolo Zaniolo. Zaniolo, I think, has replaced Alex Moreno, but we will check. Clement Longley. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go, and Manchester United lead by 2-1. Aston Villa, though, will be determined not to give up 3 points to their top 5 rival. They are in possession with Cash. Cash in field to Tielemans. Tielemans to Longley. Longley edge of the penalty area, stands across up, headed away by Harry Maguire. Put back in by Diaby, cleared away by Casemiro. And it's going to be run clear by Alejandro Garnacho, who can't find the pass to Rasmus Højlund. Gives possession away. Down the right comes Diaby again, up against Lindelof. Lindelof steps in, tries to make the challenge, and then Luca Digne pulls back Bruno Fernandes. Free kick is given, and Bruno Fernandes double fist bumps because he knows how big that could potentially be.
Well, there's a couple of minutes then, the added time, but certainly if we win this one today, Liam, it's been down to Onana. He's made some unbelievable saves.
This is Onana who sends the ball downfield. This old trap, this away section, the away fans, everywhere they go, they are unbelievable for Manchester United. And again, raucous support at Villa Park. Villa in possession, Tielemans down the right to Cash. Cash looks to get a cross in towards Watkins. Watkins with the header, and it's straight at Andre Onana again. Well, the cross is brilliant. It really is from Cash. And the header, well, it's a free header from Ollie Watkins, and he can only direct it straight at Andre Onana.
Yeah, sometimes it's your day, and I think today is Onana's day. On another occasion, maybe Ollie Watkins wouldn't have made such good contact, and it may have ghosted into a far corner and a goal for Aston Villa, but not today.
Free kick Aston Villa, taken quickly inside their own half as they look to stretch United again. Longley back in field to Diego Carlos, the centre-half, up to the edge of the centre circle, plays a ball through the middle. Watkins lays this off, comes out to the Birmingham-born Jacob Ramsey. Ramsey goes out to Luca Digne. Digne back to Douglas Luiz, scorer of the equaliser. And now back with Longley. Comes to Diego Carlos. 6 minutes of time added on at the end of this game, and we are into the first of those now.
You need to get a couple of subs on, Liam.
Yeah, a couple being ready, Lou Macari. It's almost like you knew. Forward it comes. McTominay intercepts. Casemiro loses out. Mainu looks to step in, but Ramsey edge of the penalty area. Bruno Fernandes with a big tackle. High fives all round as he slides in. Bruno Fernandes knocks it out of play for a throw-in, and that's going to allow the double change for Manchester United. Sofian Amrabat and Johnny Evans going to replace Rasmus Højlund. 5 in a row in the Premier League for Rasmus Højlund. Rasmus Højlund just making a nuisance of himself as he leaves the field. Aston Villa players trying to hurry him up, and Rasmus Højlund will not be hurried. Aston Villa fans getting very upset too, but it is within the man's gift to walk from the field, and that is exactly what he does.
That was a member, sorry Liam, that was a member of staff.
Oh, I thought it was a fan.
No, it was a member of the Villa staff.
Even better. Sofian Amrabat, Johnny Evans onto the field, Mainu and Højlund replaced. Have Manchester United learnt their lesson from that game against Wolves, as forward come Aston Villa again? Into the penalty area. Shot comes in, saved by Andre Onana. Don't forget, Manchester United were leading away at Wolverhampton Wanderers, went up for a corner. Wolves came the other way, scored from the Manchester United corner, and it took Kobbie Mainu to sweep home to give Manchester United all 3 points. I can't imagine for a second, Lou Macari, that Manchester United will commit that many players forward for any kind of set piece at the other end of the field. That clearance from Andre Onana is straight out of play, by the way. Throw-in taken by Aston Villa.
Well, you're right, Liam, there'll be nobody going anywhere fast in the remaining minutes of this game. We've got 4 minutes to go.
Tielemans across halfway. 3 minutes and 15 seconds of the game remaining. Andre Onana picks up the ball inside the penalty area, but waits until Watkins has travelled all the way across the box before he does exactly that. And that will take another 20 or 30 seconds out of this game. Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 2. Rasmus Højlund and Scott McTominay for Manchester United. Casemiro's launched this forward to Garnacho. Garnacho's through, he's in behind. Alejandro Garnacho to wrap it up. It deflects up in the air and ends up in the arms of Emi Martinez. Well, he took the shot on, didn't he? But as he did so, took a big deflection that looped it high in the sky. Had the opportunity to end this, but instead it's Aston Villa in the centre circle coming the opposite direction. Longley. Digne. Luca Digne, left wing. Looks to get the crossing, can't do so. Has to come back to Longley. Moved on to Ramsey. Ramsey finds Diego Carlos. Tielemans gets away from Casemiro. Gets a ball into the penalty area, headed away by Johnny Evans. Shot comes in, deflected by Diogo Dalot. Well tidied up by Manchester United. Alejandro Garnacho being helped out by Harry Maguire. And then Garnacho waits for the tackle to come in, wins the throw-in. It's really good defending from Manchester United, all in it together, all committed, all working towards the same cause, which is the next 90 seconds of this game. The final 90 seconds of this game. Seeing replays of Scott McTominay's header. How many big goals has Scott McTominay scored? And look at the ballooning in the crowd, it's just sensational. What more do you want than a late Scott McTominay winner, hopefully. 70 seconds to go. Aston Villa in possession inside their own half. Looking for a route through, looking for one more opportunity. Can they find it? Tielemans. Out to the left-hand side and Longley. Longley infield. Amrabat marking Douglas Luiz. Gets it across to Tielemans. Tielemans moves it on again to Costa. Ball into the penalty area is really poor. And it actually is a bit disappointing from Aston Villa. Not for Manchester United. Andre Onana comfortably underneath that one and will pretty much take up the remaining seconds, Lee Macari. But if you're an Aston Villa fan, you're disappointed with that delivery.
Oh, disappointed, but there's Harry Maguire just reminding the referee it's almost time up.
Ball forward, lifted back into midfield by Aston Villa. Garnacho chasing after it, gets there before it goes out of play, plays it back.
That should be it now.
Excellent work. Casemiro currently down flat on his back. Just making sure he takes another 10 or 15 seconds out of this game. Lou Macari, it has been a tough afternoon for Manchester United, but you have got to give them credit for never giving up.
Well, it's been a good